Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. It's an honour for me to rise before the House to speak on Bill C-49, which proposes concrete measures to respond to several concerns of Canadians regarding transportation. I think we can agree here on the importance of a transportation system that is safe and secure, green, innovative, and integrated, contributes to our trade, the economic growth of our cities and communities, and creates a cleaner environment for our children, not to mention the well-being of Canadians. On this last point, I want to focus for a moment on one of the important aspects of this bill, the protection of our rights as air passengers. As everyone knows, air transportation has become more widely available and is now accessible to the public due to a relative decrease in price for this mode of transportation. Canadian travelers are concerned about the value of the tickets they buy, their comfort, and the availability of flights. They are also concerned about how they are treated as consumers by airline companies. And this was highlighted in recent media for some certain airlines. In contrast, the context in which airline companies operate imposes significant costs associated with safety and security, both in the air and on the ground. This increased availability in the airline industry has contributed to making our aviation system more complex, both in the growing number of passengers transported and the amount of air traffic, which may result in delays for passengers. Air carriers are faced with a relative decrease in their performance, not only because of sustained competition, but also because of pressure from consumers for lower airfares. Comfort and luxury, once offered to passengers on airplanes, have given way to new practices today that are leading airline companies to offer a multitude of a la carte services to passengers to remain viable. For example, companies no longer hesitate to make their passengers pay for the size or weight of their baggage, seat selection, and drinks or meals during the flight. Carriers have also resorted to overbooking to maximize their revenue. The advent of ultra-low-cost carriers in the airline industry, such as Ryanair or EasyJet, has also pushed traditional airlines to re-examine their original business models. Carriers are trying to do more to maximize the use of their aircraft and develop new revenue generation strategies. This has contributed to reduced passenger comfort and general satisfaction when they travel by air. Let's return to us, the passengers. In general, the main issues that we face relate to delays, cancellations, being denied boarding as a result of overbooking, lost or delayed baggage, the lack of information communicated to us when things are not proceeding as planned, long tarmac delays and wait times, or even seat assignments when parents or guardians travel with young children. Therefore, several countries have chosen to legislate or regulate certain practices in the airline industry by establishing mandatory measures or minimum levels of passenger service offered by carriers. It's time for Canada to align its current approach with practices that are in effect elsewhere in the world for the benefit of both travelers and our country. Bill C-49 proposes to develop an approach that protects the rights of air passengers that will meet the expectations of passengers by establishing a clear, predictable, and fair framework that governs the practices and responsibilities of the airline industry, while not imposing an economic burden or undue operational restrictions on it. In this regard, Bill C-49 proposes adopting a legislative framework within which the Canadian Transportation Agency can establish detailed and specific regulations addressing common situations, communes that we face as passengers, and thus establish standards and minimum service and compensation levels that we can claim when our travel plans are affected. Moreover, Bill C-49 will gather various indicators and data relating to passenger experience that can assist the government to better understand and, if necessary, act on situations or problems that travelers may face. In closing, I think we have to be clear. A new approach to protect the rights of air passengers can contribute to improving the general satisfaction of users, and the government is actively working on this. However, it would be wishful thinking to believe that all concerns or criticisms made by passengers against carriers or the airline industry will be resolved. The reality of Canadian climate is that flights will continue to be affected by the harshness and vagaries of our climate. And it's not guaranteed that an approach, however prescriptive and broad as it may be, will contribute to limiting the impact for users in such situations, if only to allow them to benefit for some mitigation measures where applicable. I ask my honourable colleagues to support Bill C-49, which aims to implement several measures for a transportation system that is safe and secure, green, innovative, and integrated, that will contribute to our economic growth and a cleaner environment, not to mention the well-being of Canadians when they travel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. Obviously, she's someone that's been a fairly strong advocate for having air passenger rights. This is something that we've known for many years now, where passengers want to be able to feel more empowered, at least to feel as if they're being treated better overall. And this is the type of legislation that, at the very least, helps assist to set the framework to provide some guarantees into the future. And I'm wondering if my colleague would just share some of her personal thoughts in terms of just the importance of us getting legislation of this nature through the House.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his sound comments. When we talk about consumer protection, when we talk about the ability or to increase that ability for passengers to travel across Canada, out of Canada, and into Canada, we are, by extension, increasing our economies. By facilitating that transportation, we are encouraging more growth economically, we are encouraging more tourism, and I think that such legislation will provide that safe network for Canadians to be able to go above and beyond, to be able to achieve their full potential, whether it be for economic or entertainment. And it provides that safety net for consumers, for passengers from organizations and airlines, as we've seen in the recent past in our media. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire? L'honorable députée de Mégantic-Larable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. I'm sure she appreciated having the opportunity to speak about Bill C-49, a bill that modifies 13 other laws. You know, yesterday there was an argument raised by the minister saying that 80% or more of the laws that are changed are only one law at a time, but one very small change can make the difference between somebody being accused of sexual assault or not. So it's not the number of laws being changed, but the content. So I'm sure my colleague appreciated having the opportunity to talk about this bill. Does she think, well, I'm going to be speaking in a few moments, but does she think that my speech or her speech are more important than the speeches of other people who haven't had the chance to speak on this because the government has imposed time allocation?
Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments of the honourable member, and I look forward to hearing his speech on this very important topic. The honourable member talked about a number of different things. He talked about the different acts that that C-49 seeks to amend, and I will say that 80% of this is specific to this topic at hand, and this is not what the member is suggesting. And debate in this House is very important. It is crucial to our democracy, and I'm very happy to be participating in this debate, and I know that many members have participated and will continue to participate on legislation that affects Canadians on a daily basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, la députée.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask my colleague if the Liberals would agree to split the bill, given that C-49 is an omnibus bill that modifies 13 laws, as my colleague just said. We find that this is another botched job and it's being rammed through. The only measure that we agree with is the one that would help Western grain producers to ship their goods faster. But it's said that these measures should be put into place quickly, but because it's part of a huge omnibus bill with 13 bills, it will actually be hard to implement it fast and to help those grain producers fast. So would my colleague be ready to separate out that measure from the rest of the bill so that we can at least agree on that part and help out grain producers?
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for her question. C-49 is really a fulsome approach to how we can improve our transportation. It's really all about evidence-based, increasing security, increasing the access for Canadians to transportation within and across Canada. So I encourage the member to speak on this and to express her views on this bill, and I look forward to the debate continuing today on this bill and to other comments that our members have in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, la députée de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to come back to the question that I asked earlier. My colleague came back to this issue of 80%. Now, we know that C-49 is an omnibus bill that modifies 13 laws, and the modifications, 80% of those modifications modify only one law. So does that mean that the other modifications are not important, Mr. Speaker? Does that mean that when you modify something in a bill, it's not important? This is what we've been trying to argue to the minister. So why is the government stubbornly presenting these omnibus bills that try to do so many different things? We're talking about rail transportation. We're talking about a charter of rights for passengers. We're talking about video recordings in trains. These subjects are all so different, and we're being asked to have one single vote on a bill that affects 13 laws, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to know my opinion's colleague. Does she think that one law is more important than another?
Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure that the member opposite knows all about omnibus bills and his party and their use of them in the past. And I assure the member that this bill is really a fulsome approach, really looking at an issue and seeing how we can tackle it, understanding the full scope of the issue, and using this bill to really address all of those issues that Canadians have told us that they face through our evidence-based approach. So I look forward to the speech of the member in this House, and I look forward to the passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? La députée de Laval-les-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her excellent speech and for the extraordinary work that she does in her riding. I'd like to ask my colleague if she can explain to us what are the benefits of this bill when it comes to the price of tickets and to the comfort of passengers, because these are things that affect passengers daily. Thank you.
Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his work as well on this file and on many others in this House. this act and this bill, it really seeks to provide more security. In this House can appreciate, for example, we use our airlines very frequently, and we are very directly impacted by what happens with our airway systems across Canada. And having that increased accountability to airlines, I think, would increase the quality of service, would encourage more travel, would encourage more safer travel and more reliable travel for Canadians across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for one further brief question or comment. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, what I was saying earlier is that there are many bills encompassed here, and there's one on cabotage. And during the election campaign, the Liberals had promised not to go back to that. But the government has gone back on its word, and now there's unfair competition for foreign marked ships, flagged ships, and so Canadian shippers wouldn't have access to the EU, whereas the opposite is true. Does my colleague agree with that? Because what it does is undermine our capability, our shippers' capability, to have be on a level playing field. And do the Liberals agree with that?
For Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, with this bill, there were major consultations that were done. We consulted with all those impacted. And we understand that as a government, we have a role to play in increasing competition, yes, but also ensuring that our consumers are protected. And this bill does just that with respect to transportation. It provides for more reliable transportation, it provides for more protection of consumers, and it provides for more accountability of airlines to consumers, while also ensuring that the level of competition is still there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-49. But before starting, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd like to take a few moments to speak to something that I found very moving today. I was here when the clerk, Mark Bonsk, entered for what we learned was his last attendance here in the House as acting clerk of the House. You know, Mr. Bonsk was in fact the person who welcomed us here in 2015 when we came in as members. And for us, it was a very, very emotional time. And for us, Mr. Bonsk is our clerk. We didn't know any other clerks. He has always been there. He's always been very professional. And I believe that he's highly respected by all people on the side of the House. He's always been very professional. And, Mr. Speaker, it was very moving seeing him enter the chamber today, taking his seat in front of you to kick off his final day in the House of Commons. And I hope that no one will ever forget Mr. Bonsk here, Mr. Speaker. And we learned it quite quickly. I would have appreciated being consulted on the replacement process for the clerk. Not that I want to comment on the new one coming in, but I did want to take a few months on behalf of my colleagues and on behalf of myself, my family, because we were very emotional when we first came here and arrived as members of Parliament. I want to extend that thanks to Mr. Bonsk.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, over the years, the clerk, well, of course, he got more experience than I do, but he has, over the years, seen many processes put in place by various governments to enact legislation. And currently, we have Bill C-49, and once again, we're seeing the government impose a gag order so that it doesn't have to give the opposition opportunities to discuss the bill, to critique it, to criticize it. And in the words of the minister himself, it's complex. It's going to change a number of things in the transportation industry in Canada. And we will have only had a few hours to raise important points. Very important points. And why is that such a problem with C-49, Mr. Speaker? Well, it's because Bill C-49 doesn't simply change a couple of articles or a couple of different acts. Bill C-49 will amend 13 different statutes, Mr. Speaker. Now, since yesterday, I've heard the Minister of Transport repeat, oh, the opposition is complaining about this, but 90% of the amendments contained in this bill target a single act, and so there's no reason for the opposition to vociferously criticize this. Huh? Mr. Speaker, what argument? It's as if one clause in a bill is more important than others. If it's not important, the other 20% in C-49 that amend 12 other pieces of legislation, then why proceed with them? Why are we talking about them if they aren't important? If everything is focused on one piece of legislation and it's a scandal for us to talk about them, then why keep the other 20%? Why don't withdraw them and make a different bill? Then we'd have time to discuss them if it's not important, Mr. Speaker. We can see just how illogical that argument is. And it's worrisome. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, that I sit on the Transport Committee and have sat there since I came to Parliament. And transportation is something that affects all Canadians in all areas. If we talk about transportation of goods, people, every single day, Canadians are impacted by transportation. So, saying that this is a complex bill and we won't let the opposition talk about it too much, 80% of the changes affect one bill, well, I think the minister really should get back to the drawing board and take another look at the content of the bill, look at the impact of each change being proposed in C-49 based on the experience of Canadians and how it will impact them. Now, Mr. Speaker, just to paint you a picture of what C-49 is about, this omnibus bill on transportation will establish new rights for air travelers. It will impact air transportation. It will enable the minister to approve agreements between two or more airlines. It'll amend regulation for the transportation of goods in this country. It will mandate audio-visual equipment in locomotives. It'll broaden the Governor and Council's powers to make regulations on tariffs regarding information relating to rate, service, and performance. It will amend the Maritime Act, so involving the Infrastructure Bank. But, Mr. Speaker, according to the Minister of Transport, just a few hours to cover this off is more than enough. Because the opposition, in the first hours of debate, according to the minister, didn't say anything relevant or pertinent. So why continue to listen to irrelevant comments from the opposition? Well, that seems to be what the minister thinks. Now, Mr. Speaker, since when do comments that run or that are in disagreement with the government's position, since when are those comments irrelevant? I think the problem with the government in general, not just on this file, but on a number of files, is that when we don't agree with them, they feel like they're under attack, threatened. And they think that people who don't share their views, who don't think the same way they do, aren't pertinent or irrelevant. So why listen to their comments in the House? Well, and that explains a number of things, Mr. Speaker. It explains Motion 6. It explains the number of gag orders that we've seen since the start of the session, Mr. Speaker. It explains the dialogue or discussion paper that came from the government House leader that allegedly was supposed to fix and improve the workings of this House. But we realized that once again it was simply to avoid listening to comments from the opposition parties. So when they disagree with it on the government benches, well, it's not all that complicated. They just decide to quiet and silence those discordant voices. And this is what the Liberal sunny ways appear to be all about. Well, I've got some news for the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. The opposition and the other opposition parties do not intend to remain silent. We will not allow changes to go through. We will not simply agree with 100% of what the Liberals want to put forth. We do not intend to simply be people who will implement the Liberal Party's platform in its entirety, Mr. Speaker. That's not our role here. Our role is to criticize it. And Mr. Speaker, by way of an aside, referring to their election platform, they've realized themselves in trying to implement it that there are a number of things that simply don't work or can't be implemented. They've got a lot of spending. They talked about small deficits. And they only kept one of the province's promises. They've spent a lot. And they realized that in order to do all this spending, they needed big deficits, Mr. Speaker. And that's something that the government doesn't want the opposition to denounce. They just want us to sit back and to remain quiet and look at them and applaud. Because sometimes when they're applauded, they're happy. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not what we're going to do. It's not our role. But let me get back to Bill C-49. Now, it's not because the government thinks our comments are irrelevant that we're not going to cover off the important points in C-49. Now, let's talk about what it will amend. It's a bill that, as I mentioned earlier, will significantly change the 13 different pieces of legislation covering off the 3 modes of transportation. It will establish legislative protection that will be a problem for Western producers. We want to see, well, in fact, an abolishment of the carbon tax. But they're talking about a retroactive compensation here, Mr. Speaker. This bill lacks a great deal of clarification with respect to this Bill of Rights for airline travelers, and in its current form, it's problematic. Airport authorities will have guarantees and loan guarantees from the Infrastructure Bank of Canada. Now, first of all, there's a bit of a problem with consistency here, and I'd like to stop and focus on it because there's something here that clearly makes no sense. Mr. Speaker, the Infrastructure Bank doesn't even exist yet. The Infrastructure Bank at present is still part of another bill, a bill that is currently in the other place for good reasons, because the senators, like us, think that the Infrastructure Bank should be split off. It should be its own standalone bill because of the impact it's going to have. And the $13 billion that the government plans to give it, $15 billion of Canadian taxpayers' money that will be entrusted to this board of directors to manage in our stead, without being accountable to the government, Mr. Speaker. That's a situation. So those aspects in and of themselves alone justify our expressing our opposition to Bill C-44, which is currently in the other place, being adopted in its entirety with all of those measures, budgetary measures in it, including the creation of the Infrastructure Bank. So I hope that some people somewhere will have understood that message. But in C-49, they're assuming the outcome of that legislation. They are going to be giving port authorities the authorization to benefit from loans from the Infrastructure Bank, which doesn't even exist. Now, what I don't understand here is that the government, since it's started talking about the Infrastructure Bank, has said it's going to be independent. And the process for the bank that doesn't even exist has already been launched. And that's just an aside with respect to the Infrastructure Bank. But it doesn't exist, and it will be made up of a board that's a so-called independent board to manage money that the Liberal government will have entrusted to it. And at the same time, those independent people are going to be told you're going to be inviting in $1.3 billion in light rail in Montreal. You're going to be investing in the port authorities because that's what we're asking you to do. So, Mr. Speaker, an independent infrastructure bank won't be independent at all. And furthermore, it doesn't even exist yet. And in this bill, we're being asked to approve a clause that will, in fact, enable the port authorities to benefit from loans from the so-called infrastructure bank that will be created sometime in the future. So, Mr. Speaker, this is simply improvisation. They're operating on the fly. They're trying to ram this through. And we don't understand why the minister is trying to move so quickly. Now, maybe some people will say, oh, it's because they want to resolve the issue with respect to C30 before the expiry of C30, which will, well, the deadline or it's July 31st, so before August 1st. With respect to green producers in the West and negotiations on pricing, etc. Now, we could have believed that, Mr. Speaker, but no, that's not what's going to happen, because even if we adopt C49 today or on Monday, even if we send it to committee, the committee meetings are scheduled for September. Now, Mr. Speaker, the committee was prepared to meet earlier. They were prepared to sit in July, Mr. Speaker, if the government had accepted to do so, to withdraw all of the measures relating to Bill C30 so that we could look at them quickly. And so we didn't create this legal void for the grain producers out west. We were prepared to do all of that before August 1st. We were prepared to sit in July, or opposition members who sit on that committee were prepared to meet in July. In the middle of the summer, Mr. Speaker, during our vacation. Imagine the sacrifices that would have represented for some of us to be prepared to come here to study a bill that will help grain producers in the West. Now, why, Mr. Speaker, in the opposition, we were prepared to do that? Because we understand just how important it is. We understand that Western grain producers are concerned with respect to everything that will happen in the fall, the legal void that will be created, and they don't really know how the market will respond. They're currently negotiating. So, and the other problem that we discovered was that, now, I'm not a grain producer, but several of my colleagues are from the West, and they're very familiar with what's happening in this field. Based on my knowledge, harvesting is when? In the fall. It's in the fall, normally, harvest. Yeah, I'm looking at my colleagues here, yes. So when is the busiest season for grain producers, for farmers? It's the fall. They're preparing to harvest their fields. And we're going to be asking them to come and appear before a committee on Bill C49, which would have a major impact on their future in the fall. Ask them to leave their harvest, leave the fields, to come here and appear in September in Ottawa instead of being back home harvesting their fields, their crops. And to prevent them from doing what they do, producing and contributing to the Canadian economy. That makes no sense whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. So that's why the opposition was prepared to quickly proceed with those aspects of the bill. We were prepared to set aside a number of things so that we could take action quickly. Why? Because what's important for us is not simply adding a number to our legislative agenda, number of bills adopted. It is to help Canada's grain producers who need us here in Ottawa. They need us to protect them, to defend them, and to help them to succeed. That's our role. And that's why Bill C49, in its current form, unless we take special steps to adopt it before Bill C30 expires, there's no urgency. In accelerating this process. It's probably because the government doesn't want to listen to these remarks, Mr. Speaker, the kinds of comments that I'm making about defending Western grain producers. It's probably why the government doesn't want to give the opposition time to talk about it.
Let's talk about another bill that was very popular with Canadians. And I think this is one of the transport minister's favorite PR efforts, and that's the Passenger Bill of Rights. It's urgent, Mr. Speaker, because when you see how many Canadians have been flying recently, we've seen some dramatic events take place in the U.S., and so this bill announced the Passenger Bill of Rights, and that raised expectations. But all the bill really does is mandate the department to conduct consultations that may eventually lead to regulations and then eventually lead to a Bill of Rights for passengers. Do we need a bill to ask the Transportation Agency to proceed with consultations eventually leading to a charter? It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. There's no urgency here. There's no urgency to move ahead with C-49 except for measures having to do with Western grain producers, and that we agree on. To our mind, the only justification for making this time allocation motion acceptable would have been to split the bill and immediately pass the measures that would make a temporary fix a permanent one. That we can agree with, but all the rest could have waited because there's no urgency. The only urgency in my mind for this government was to shut us up, because they're not willing to listen. They're just making things up as they go along, and they're coming up with solutions that don't make sense. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that there are some good things in this bill, the official opposition will be unable to support this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to have a conversation today and ask my honourable colleague why he spent over half of his speech time talking about things that actually had very little to do with the bill. And yet, all of the conversation was around the fact that we're not providing enough time to talk about this bill. So I would like to understand why quantity and quality are not necessarily equated, because one could be succinct and point out critical points that may not be strengths of a bill in a significantly shorter time. And so when we're looking at time for a debate, the debate should be around the substance, the precise criticisms, the highlighting of the oversights or the challenges within a bill, because that is the point of being in this House. The point is to ensure that we highlight the specifics that perhaps the opposition doesn't feel are the strengths of a motion or a bill. So my question is, could the member opposite provide 3 significant, focused, and specific challenges with this bill that he feels must be changed?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I would ask my honourable colleague, who said I spend half my time not talking about the issues in Bill C-49, I'd ask her to withdraw her comments, because I'll check, and I'm sure I spent 100% of my time talking about the impact of C-49. And the fact that it's under time allocation, we should be talking about C-49, not about the time allocation. Perhaps she didn't understand the meaning of my comments. When one section in this bill has such major impacts on Western grain producers in terms of making the temporary protection permanent, why would my colleague be entitled to say that it's irrelevant? I'd like her to explain herself to Western grain producers and answer that question. Why doesn't she think that's important for Western grain producers, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to ask him, I'd like to raise 2 points he made during his speech. It seems to me those 2 points are about the government's arrogance when it comes to Western grain farmers and the fact that there will be a gap between the expiry of the old rules and the coming into force of the new rules under this bill. That's a real problem for Western grain problems, but it doesn't seem to be a problem for the Liberals at all because they have other priorities. They're only concerned about their own convenience. They're not really concerned about working to solve the problems of Western grain producers. He also mentioned the fact that this bill seems to include the infrastructure bank as an integral part of their strategy. That bank is controversial here in the House of Commons, but we also know it's controversial in the other place too, and it's not clear at all that it will make it through the Senate. So again, there's arrogance at play. It's part of their strategy for transportation when Parliament hasn't even ruled on the matter. Are there any other things that fit into that theme of arrogance that I left out from his speech? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question, which is a very good one, and it allows me to pursue another topic, which is the relevance of the opposition. My colleague mentioned that he, too, has seen repercussions of C-49, and to answer that, the idea that the Liberals care about very little, there are very few members who are going to have the opportunity to speak. If we were all entitled to speak, you'd get opinions on each and every aspect of Bill C-49. But since we're being silenced, since we're being prevented from talking, we have to go right to the heart of the most crucial matters, the things that will have the biggest impact. But if we were given more time, we would talk about C-49 from A to Z, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. But when I heard my colleague say in his speech that we on this side of the House, we only listen to Liberal proposals, and that's how we consult, this government has undertaken to improve the quality of life for Canadians, and I would wonder if my colleague would be willing to retract the comments he made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I'd be pleased to withdraw that if I'd said that, but I didn't say that, so I won't withdraw it. But I did think it. I certainly thought it. But I held back. I refrained, Mr. Speaker, because at times the Liberals do come up with some good things, and there are a few in C-49, a few things that we would be able to support. For example, when it comes to Western grain farmers, we're willing, we want to support them on that because it's good, and that's why we're proposing that they divide the bill, and then we'll support those good measures. There aren't, unfortunately, very many good measures put forward by the Liberals, and that's why I didn't say it. I thought it, but I didn't say it.
For Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his passionate remarks here today. And I'm really going to explore the questions from the member from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. She was quite indignant, asking my colleague to give 3 reasons about C-49. And what the irony is with that, Mr. Speaker, is they're limiting debate on all these subjects. And so we have a government that's only passed 19 bills in their time in office, and now they're using time allocation on virtually every piece of legislation, limiting debate, yet they're not giving any reason for that, Mr. Speaker. So this is a bill that addresses rail, marine, air safety, and they're limiting debate on it. And then when we ask questions or we give speeches here in the House, they suggest that it's not sufficient debate, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks about the Liberal government actually not permitting debate and even a questioning of their decisions in our nation's interest, Mr. Speaker. It's quite concerning, and I'd like my colleague to comment on that.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Les Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague makes an extraordinary point. As a young member, I'm new. I don't have the experience my colleague has, who, by the way, ran an excellent leadership campaign, and he learned a lot. He saw the effects of Liberal proposals, and he understands full well why the opposition needs time here in the House to question the government, to hold it to account, to point out the problems with the bill. Not just to be unpleasant, but because it's our role to root out what doesn't work and try to improve legislation. What we want to do is improve the lives of Canadians, not just come up with flashy bills, get them passed quickly, and then move on and try to avoid the unpleasantness of having our decisions questioned. We want to do real work here for Canadians. Thanks to my honourable colleague.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my privilege today to be able to rise as well and speak to Bill C-49, the so-called Transportation Modernization Act. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to be able to put on the record again, as I had the opportunity to do in our Opposition Day motion on Monday, I believe it was this week, how important this movement of grain that my colleague has just spoken about to Western Canadian farmers is, not just to the farmers, but to the whole industry and the economy of Western Canada, which affects us all. One of the largest exporters of grain in the world in regards to the percentage that we grow, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I think that the changes that have come forward in this bill are going to be somewhat detrimental. There are a few that will work very well on the grain side, Mr. Speaker, but taking away Bill C-30 that was brought in by my colleagues when we were in government due to the conditions that took place in the prairies in the winter, fall of 2013, spring of 2014, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will never forget, because of course that's when I was elected as a member, and having farmed in Western Canada all my life prior to getting into politics, I certainly know the importance of being able to make sure that you have a reliable system of moving grain and exporting it, not just, as I've said earlier, for the farm community, but for the logistics of the rail companies themselves, as well as the port authorities and port facilities that are at our West Coast, East Coast, and Thunder Bay, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and at that time there was still some grain movement through the Port of Churchill. But I think, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I'd like to say before I get into too much of that is that what we need to do in the prairies in regards to the evolution of the transportation system as we move forward is to make sure that we look at processing much more of these grains on the prairies than we have in the past, Mr. Speaker. And I was in the room when Minister from, I believe, Regina Wascana is the name of his constituency at the time in 1995 when the Crow benefit changed and was taken away. And I lobbied to make sure that happened, Mr. Speaker. And why? Because my farm was located halfway between Vancouver and Montreal at the time. We would have been faced with the highest freight rates on the prairies, right in my kitchen. But why we did that, Mr. Speaker, was so that our future family members, our children in Western Canada, would have a job locally by processing more of that grain. That's one of the key issues, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was the reason for a lot of the lobbying that went on in those days to make changes in not just the rail system, but also in the way grain was marketed. And of course, my colleagues in the House here have also brought forward the opportunity to now allow farmers to sell their own grain and their own marketing. And I think that that's a key to the future development of more processing plants and that sort of thing in the prairies, those types of facilities, I should say, in the prairies. I'd also like to say that I am, before I go any further, that I will be sharing my time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the member from Saskatoon University, and I look forward to his presentation on this as well, because he comes from my neighboring province to the west and has a great knowledge of what's required in this field as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the processing of grain as an example, just as an example of how important this can be, when you've got rail lines that begin in Winnipeg, pretty well go parallel out to Port-au-La Prairie, and then branch off to Calgary and Edmonton through the west. That's why the interswitching that my colleagues brought in, extending it from 30 kilometers to 160 kilometers, was a great advantage for farmers in competitive rates in the prairies, and not only for them, but it worked very, very well for the grain companies as well. Gave them much more, I guess, ability to have a little bit of competition. And the types of things that we gained from a 160-kilometer range of interswitching has been taken back in this new bill, Bill C-49, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I think that that's a detriment to the longevity, I guess, of the types of facilities that we would, or competitiveness that we would have. And one example of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that you can only do it at a point where there's that interswitching available. And of course, if your grain is in northern Alberta or in the Peace River areas of northern BC, and that area, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the only way, the first point of that is Kamloops, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And of course, you can't really have much competition then for all of that grain in northern Alberta and the Peace River area if they can't get access to a competitive rate until it gets to Kamloops. I worked there myself in the early 70s. I know the city well, and it's a great place, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but this has got to be, I know my colleague from McLeod certainly agrees with me here, but this is certainly from Kamloops. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not going to allow the types of rate competitiveness that we could have seen in the prairies. The Bill C-30 also allowed for the grain companies and actually mandated them to carry 500,000 tons each per week to catch up some of the backlog that was there at that time. And this bill just allows them to continue to talk. It doesn't put a mandated level of grain shipments. And of course, that was for a period of time until that backlog got taken care of, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which happened that later on that summer and that spring. We hope we don't see those kinds of conditions, but we do have cold weather on a regular basis in Western Canada and wintertime, and I think that there was a lot more at stake than just the cold weather in forcing that grain back onto the prairie farms at that time. There may be some opportunities here, as I've said earlier in my speech on Monday, that you can't really haul all of the grain in the prairies by truck. It has to get onto a rail system at some point, and now that there is more opportunities for farmers to move their own grain, I have young farmers coming to me every day talking about the transportation of the movement of their grain north-south by truck, and some of that is entering into the United States. We also purchase a lot of grain in feed form and that sort of thing from the U.S., and we need to look at continuing to expand more processing that we need to get done. And so we need to make sure that we have an opportunity to continue to have that mechanism to move that grain and also import from the United States. But what I was going to say is we need to make sure that we are continuing to process even more of the product that we have on the prairies. And that is being done in many places in Saskatchewan and Alberta. Some of it's done in the expansion of our livestock industries, because they consume an awful lot of feed grains in Western Canada that therefore gets moved in another form. Most of it ends up being slaughtered in some of the largest processing plants in the world in Alberta, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this time, in Brooks and High River. And we know that we've got an opportunity there to continue to move that product. It's being done in Manitoba with the largest pea processing plant in the world coming to Port-au-La Prairie, $400 million investment by a French company. The Manitoba government is putting very little infrastructure money into this other than connecting the hydro lines and some natural gas, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And these are the kinds of investments that we need. And I know that Bill C-49 isn't going to be as good as C-30 was, as far as that goes. It also speaks, though, to other areas, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is in the air industry, marine industry as well. And we need to make sure that while there are changes taking place in those, they are not detrimental to the future of those industries as well, because we do rely quite heavily on our ports, our export ports, particularly on the marine side, to be able to export and move this grain as well. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just want to wrap up by saying that the C-49 does eliminate some of the things that were good parts of Bill C-30, particularly in regards to ordering the railways to compensate any person for expenses caused by the railway failure to fulfill service obligations, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I think that with that, I will end it and see if there are any other questions that anyone may have on it before my colleague from Saskatoon University takes over as well. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris will have a period of 5 minutes for questions and comments pertaining to his remarks when the House next resumes debate on the question. But now we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député. La députée.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, on June 22, 1990, the League-Mage Accord was laid to rest. Canada said to Quebec, "Go home, you're just a province like any other." Brian Mulroney's idea to bring Quebec back to the fold with great honour and enthusiasm came to an end. And it's clear from the Prime Minister's comments that Canada won't be giving Quebec the respect it deserves when it comes to the Constitution. This is also what the 150th anniversary represents. Ottawa's rejection of Quebec, Ottawa telling Quebec not to rock the boat, to go along with everyone else, to be quiet and be a province like any other. Allow me to quote the former Premier Robert Bourassa. English Canada needs to understand clearly that whatever we say and whatever we do, Quebec is and always will be a distinct society that is free and capable of being the master of its own destiny and development. That was true 27 years ago, and it's still true today. Je me souviens.
Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to give a shout-out to the Richmond Youth Honour Choir, which represents some of the best young singers in British Columbia. Sous la direction de Heidi Epp.
Under the direction of Heidi Epp and her assistant, this choir sings all styles, from Bach to Broadway musicals. It recently has a project called Listen to the Music, which will be presented to Canadians in Ottawa for Canada Day and the festivities around the 150th anniversary.
Japan, where they perform for the Emperor, and in Richmond's sister city, Wakayama. They also performed at the 2010 Winter Olympics, and their Holiday Harmonies concert is an annual favorite for locals. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate the Richmond Youth Honour Choir on their 15th anniversary and wish them continuing success.
Honourable member for Westlock St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, Sunday is Father's Day, and I would like to take a moment to thank all fathers who have done so much for their children. Typically, we think of fathers as the go-to person if something needs to be fixed or if something needs to be put together. But fathers are so much more than that. Their love and selfless giving helps mold our young citizens. A father's dedication to his job as a father helps shape our young people into responsible, caring individuals. In my own life, it was my father's wisdom and guidance that helped me make me into the person I am today. Fathers provide a moral compass that children look up to and emulate in themselves when they become fathers. Strong role models create strong, healthy societies. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to acknowledge all fathers who help their children face life's challenges. From tying their shoe to riding their first bike, the greatest thing a father can be is present. To my father and to all fathers across the nation, thank you for being there when we needed it. Happy Father's Day.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this week the European Union introduced visa-free travel for citizens of Ukraine. Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko hailed this historic milestone, calling it the fall of the paper curtain between Ukraine and the liberal democratic West. And Business Ukraine magazine referred to this as Ukraine's Berlin Wall moment. Mr. Speaker, since Ukraine's revolution of dignity in 2014, walls and obstacles to Ukraine's transition into a strong, consolidated Western liberal democracy continue to fall. It's time for Canada to study the removal of visa restrictions between Canada and Ukraine, the last Soviet legacy dividing our two countries. In the meantime, let us work with Ukraine to reinstate the Youth Mobility Agreement between Canada and Ukraine to allow young Ukrainians and young Canadians to travel to our respective countries and enrich their professional and personal lives by experiencing all the benefits each of our countries have to offer.
Right on. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, the City of Saskatoon proclaimed June 10th to 17th Filipino-Canadian Week. And don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad I'm here in Ottawa, but I sure wish I could have joined the Filipino-Canadian community of Saskatoon at the City Hall flag-raising ceremony commemorating the independence of the Philippines. My riding of Saskatoon West is home to over 7,000 Filipino Canadians, a growing community of vibrant and dynamic Filipinos and Filipinas. We are proud to honor the many contributions of the Filipino Canadians in Saskatoon. They are our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues, our teammates. We are all richer for having you in our midst. I would especially like to thank the Filipino Canadian Association of Saskatoon for promoting Filipino heritage for all of us to enjoy. Please join me in congratulating the nominees for this year's Most Outstanding Pinoy Award, Hilbert McDaig, Mike San Miguel, and Vanessa Spencer. To all our Filipino Canadian friends in Saskatoon, salamat.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to rise in the House today to promote and pay tribute to the rich arts and culture community in Davenport. Theatre, film, dance, publishing, visual arts, songwriting, musicians, designers, writers, gaming, you name it, Mr. Speaker, we have it in Davenport. Earlier this year, I welcomed the Minister of Heritage in my riding. She announced funding for the new Museum of Modern Art that will not only showcase modern art to Canadians, but also showcase our very best to the world. They say that great artists provide a glimpse into the soul of the nation. Indeed, it was the artists in Davenport who saw the enormous potential of abandoned industrial segments in my riding, and through their art, transformed them into vibrant hotbeds of creativity, innovation, and life. I want to give a shout-out to Theatre Centre, Rosemead Theatre, Theatre Gargantua, X-Space, Aiken Collective, Mercer Union, Clay and Paper Theatre, Arts and Craft, House of Anansi, Lift, Dare Arts, and the following dance companies: Dance Walker, Janik, Kendry, and Lua Cheyenne. As we celebrate Canada's 150, I invite my fellow members to go out and support local artists, their inspiring work and transformative contributions to their communities, and notably to this great country that we are blessed to call our home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is an incredible opportunity to unleash Canada's economy, and we can't afford to let it pass us by. A Senate study states a truly free Canada Free Trade Agreement would add $150 billion to Canada's GDP. That would mean an additional 78,000 jobs in Alberta and BC alone. Mr. Speaker, in a few short months, the Supreme Court will hear the Bernard Como case. The fact that Mr. Como was charged for buying alcohol in Quebec and bringing it home to New Brunswick shows that our current system in Canada is outdated and unconstitutional. Free trade in Canada is a constitutional right. And we are calling on the Liberals to act as an intervener in this case and defend the lower court's decision. Eliminating trade barriers between provinces is good for our economy, it's good for our businesses, and it's good for Canada. Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue. This is right versus wrong. So I hope the Liberals do the right thing, they help free the beer, and they help unleash Canada's economy.
Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, later this summer, the parliamentary community will bid farewell to one of its own, Elizabeth Rhodey, Chief of Protocol for the Parliament of Canada. For more than 30 years, and may I note, 14 of them as only the third Chief of Protocol for Parliament, Ms. Rhodey has placed her talents and her expertise at the service of several Speakers of the Senate and of the House of Commons, coordinating a vast array of parliamentary events in Ottawa and across Canada. She's welcomed dignitaries from all over the world, from Margaret Thatcher to former President of the United States, Barack Obama, who, during his visit, told her admiringly, "You run a tight ship." Ms. Rhodey will cap a remarkable parliamentary career with the upcoming visit by the President of Italy, then embark on the next chapter of her life. On behalf of all members in this chamber, I would like to thank her for her exemplary service and wish her all the best.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, women empowerment isn't about making women strong. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives that strength. It's about using that strength to build better economies, to have sound justice, to govern ourselves better. Our government continues to empower women through the gender-based plus analysis, our feminist international development policy, having more women at the decision-making table. That female perspective, that voice must be heard as we aim to empower. That's why I've put out a call to women in Mississauga Erin Mills to establish a Women Council. Through this Women Council, I aim to give women a platform to engage in policy to harness that strength. Through this council, I aim to give women in my riding a voice, because a woman with a voice is, by definition, an empowered woman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, for more than 100 years, two Quebec cities have been making significant contributions to the Canadian economy. Thetford Mines and Asbestos were two mining cities where white gold was mined, allowing workers' movements to take off and filling people with hope. Over time, this white gold lost its shine, and many well-intentioned people preferred to ban it rather than use it responsibly. It left its mark, and the mine residues, full of minerals, are just waiting to be turned into cold, hard cash. Meanwhile, in Ottawa, these well-intentioned people hold the key to a new gold rush. These well-intentioned ministers are still refusing to meet with the mayors of these two cities as requested. Thetford Mines and Asbestos are not asking for handouts. They just want to be the masters of their own destinies. In conclusion, if Thetford Mines is celebrating its 125th anniversary this year, it's because it's full of proud and determined people who never back down in the face of adversity. The Honourable Member for Orleans.
Speaker, it's with profound sadness that I rise today to mark the passing of Brigadier General Robert Haichu, a decorated veteran, a family friend, and a fellow gunner. Bob joined the Army Reserves in 1944, served the guns honorably and well, and received his commission as an officer in 1950, thus serving his nation in uniform for over 39 years. Throughout his career, General Haichu became an Army pilot. As mentioned, served on the gun lines, was an Air Observer, and was later president of the Canadian Air Observer Association. Following his retirement from the military, Bob joined a variety of organizations, being very active in the Ottawa community as he joined the Corps of Commissionaires, as well as the Gloucester Police Commission. Moi-même et toutes les générations.
Myself and many other generations owe the General a great debt for his contribution to the Canadian Armed Forces. Being a soldier was his dream.
Family and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, as Father's Day approaches, let us remember the importance of protecting men's health. We know that 70% of men's health problems can be prevented with simple lifestyle changes. Even small changes can have a positive impact on their health and well-being.
We also know that to improve the health of Canada's men is to improve the health of our families, of our communities, and of our nation. So today, I'm proud to be showing my support for Men's Health Week by wearing plaid for Dad to help raise awareness about prostate cancer. Mr. Speaker, I urge the men of my riding in Longueuil-Charlemagne and everywhere to take the time to learn about the lifestyle changes that you can make to enjoy a longer and healthier life with your family. Happy Father's Day. Bonne fête des pères.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a great contributor to Canada, CFL coaching legend Don Matthews, who sadly passed away on Wednesday. The Don was one of the best coaches the CFL has ever seen. He won 231 games in the CFL, the second highest win total in the league history. The Don was the head coach of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the Edmonton Eskimos, Montreal Alouettes, Toronto Argonauts, BC Lions, and the Baltimore Stallions. Having 9 Grey Cups and winning 5 in that role, and winning another 5 Grey Cups as defensive coordinator. The Don was chosen CFL Coach of the Year 5 times and was inducted in the Canadian Football Hall of Fame in 2011. As the official opposition critic for sport and a die-hard CFL fan, it is an honour for me to stand in this House and pay tribute to such an accomplished individual. I would like to extend our sincere condolences to Don's wife, Stephanie, their sons and grandchildren. Know that the whole CFL nation mourns with you, and that Don's legacy will live on for generations to come.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, all children deserve a good start in life, something that we depend on our teachers and early childhood educators to make happen. Mr. Tanya Farzani at the Seneca College's Early Childhood Education Lab School in my riding recently received the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellency and Excellence in Early Childhood Education. Tanya's achievement and dedication shines through in her work to cultivate a creative learning environment for her students. She is committed to their success. Tanya embodies the best of the critical work our educators to do every day, giving our children the skills to succeed and opening the doors to a bright future for everyone. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend, hundreds of volunteers joined Vets Canada, also known as Veterans Emergency Transition Services Canada, for their second annual Coast to Coast Tour of Duty. The Tour of Duty is a national walk to raise awareness of veterans' homelessness and to locate veterans on the streets or in shelters in need of help. I would like to applaud the hundreds of volunteers in 17 cities for their dedication to the men and women that have served our country so very well. Since 2010, Vets Canada, a national charity and service provider of Veterans Affairs Canada, has assisted more than 1,600 homeless and in crisis veterans. Across my riding of North Island Powell River, my team and I work with vets who are facing housing challenges, high costs of medication, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Mr. Speaker, in a country as rich as Canada, our veterans should never be faced with this neglect. We must do better.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians of Turkish heritage who disagree with the domestic policies of Ankara are worried. The Turkish government has broadened its crackdown against the coup plotters to include all those who dissent with the policies of the AKP. I'm concerned that peaceful support for the Turkish opposition by Canadians of Turkish heritage in Canada is becoming the target of surveillance and intimidation. Across our border to the south on May 16th in Washington, members of the president's security entourage, the Turkish president's entourage, joined by civilian supporters, physically assaulted peaceful protesters, a moment caught on video and shared worldwide. Justly concerned about this violation of our shared values of freedom of dissent, the U.S. House of Representatives Foreign Affairs Subcommittee held a hearing on May 25th to investigate the circumstances surrounding this altercation. Now we learn that arrest warrants have been issued for 2 Canadians who assaulted protesters during that May 16th altercation. Differing opinions, dissent, and debate are welcome and encouraged in Canada. Intimidation of Canadians, regardless of their country of origin, by foreign powers is a violation of our rights, and we should guard against such illegal activity at home.
Honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, today is the end of National Public Service Week in Canada. I'd like to take a moment on behalf of all MPs to thank all of our dedicated and committed public servants in this House, in the National Capital Region, and across our entire country. Mr. Speaker, all governments stand on the shoulders of competent and talented public servants. They administer our programs. They keep us safe. They conduct our research, help keep our environment clean, and so much more. Encore une fois, Monsieur le Président.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to sincerely thank all of the public servants who are here for us every day.
As well, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't take an opportunity to wish Happy Father's Day to all the fathers in our public service and every other father across this beautiful country. Thank you very much.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I want to start my first question by thanking Mark Bosk for his service as Speaker, as Clerk of the House. Mr. Speaker, by authorizing the sale of a company that makes equipment used to keep us and the Americans safe to Chinese, the Prime Minister has shown us 2 things this week. First of all, he's irresponsible when it comes to our national security. And secondly, the Liberals are damaging our relations with our main ally, the Americans. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister finally get his priorities straight and tell Canadians what really happened in this issue? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Innovation. Mr. Speaker, national security is an absolute priority for our government. All transactions reviewed under the Investment Act are subject to a security review in several stages. We can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that pursuant to the Act, the process was followed and it was determined that there wasn't a national security risk here. During the process, Mr. Speaker, our security agencies have access to all necessary information. We have never compromised national security, and we will never do so. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we are tired of the rhetoric. That's not the truth. These are serious matters. A Canadian company is being sold. It is being sold to foreigners. It assures our national security without a risk assessment. Can the Liberals stop saying nonsense, talking nonsense, and immediately put in place a complete review of the national security risks involved here? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we listened to our national security experts. We listened to their advice. National security was examined as part of this transaction by people who are aware of the facts. On that basis, that they put forth recommendations and advice, and we subsequently authorized the transaction. I want to reassure the House and all Canadians, we will never compromise national security. We always take action to advance our national interests. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, look, it's one thing taking action, and that's not what we're seeing the Liberals do. But let's move on to another topic, the infrastructure bank, that's not even been created. And we've only got an hour and a half to discuss it. The Senate is demanding a more in-depth study before going any farther. And now we've learned that the Liberals, after having chosen the location, have even chosen the CEO. If that isn't arrogance, Mr. Speaker, then I'd like someone to tell me what the right word is. When will the Liberals finally start respecting this institution and allow us to take an in-depth look at this bank? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear that no appointments will be confirmed and made until we have the legislation passed through the Parliament, and that's exactly what we have said earlier, and that's exactly what we will follow. Our goal to establish the Canada Infrastructure Bank is actually allow our municipalities and provinces to build more infrastructure that they need to create jobs and opportunities, as well as make sure that we're working with them in partnership to allow them to bring forward projects that they think are necessary for them to build.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
We already knew that the new Liberal Infrastructure Bank will offer taxpayer-backed loans and loan guarantees to cover the losses of wealthy foreign investors who build mega projects in Canada. But who will be on the bank's board? Let me quote the Finance Minister. I will say that it's not clear that the people on the board will necessarily be Canadians. So foreign financiers could help foreign financiers access $35 billion in taxpayer-backed loans and loan guarantees here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, who is standing up for taxpayers in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Honourable Member, we have a confidence that we will be able to attract Canadians who have the talent, expertise, and we will make sure that we reflect the regional diversity of our country, that we reflect the gender parity of our country. We also attract people from diverse backgrounds. We want to make sure that the board of the Infrastructure Bank reflects who we are as Canadians, and that's exactly what we will achieve.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, who we are as Canadians, we're people who have Canadian passports. Yet the Finance Minister said that he might consider someone who has the expertise but does not have a Canadian passport. Those were his words yesterday in a Senate committee hearing, Mr. Speaker. So Canadian tax dollars will be put at risk at the aid of foreign investors who, if they lose money on an infrastructure mega project, will get backup from the people in this country who pay taxes and have Canadian citizenship. Can that minister guarantee that no one will be on the board of the Infrastructure Bank other than a Canadian citizen?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Speaker, what the honourable member is failing to understand that our own Canadian pension funds, such as Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, the teachers' pension plan, the OMERS, Caisse de Dépôt, Alberta Investment Management Corporation, they invest in other countries' infrastructure. What is wrong that we allow them and create conditions to invest in our own country, to create jobs in our own country, and allow us to strengthen our middle class in our own country to create opportunity? That's exactly what we're focused on, and the board will reflect the diversity of the Canadian communities.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Minister didn't answer the question yesterday, so I'll try again. According to the media, the Liberals plan to give the police additional powers to access Canadians' personal information on the Internet without a warrant. The Supreme Court has already ruled that a program like that would not respect the Charter. It would be a major breach of our privacy rights, and it would be another broken promises by the Liberals. Can the Minister ensure this House that no such program will exist?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the details of the legislation that will ultimately be proposed cannot be discussed until that legislation is before the House of Commons. Those are the rules of this House. But I can assure the honourable gentleman and all Canadians that the new proposals with respect to national security will fully respect the Canadian Constitution.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think this is the kind of assurance that Canadians expect to hear. Let's look at the government's actual record. The Liberals voted for Bill C-51 under the previous government. Then they claimed, right after they won the election, that they were preparing legislation to undo many of its provisions. And here we are, 2 years later, and Bill C-51 is completely untouched. Mr. Speaker, how can the Liberals be trusted with protecting the privacy and civil liberties of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when the legislation is presented in this House, the honourable member will have her full answer. The fact of the matter is we've taken the last 18 months to consult carefully with Canadians. Over 75,000 submissions were received in response to our consultations, and our objective is to make sure that we accomplish two things simultaneously: keeping Canadians safe and making sure we safeguard the rights and freedoms of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
The Finance Minister warned the Senate yesterday against splitting the infrastructure bank out. I guess the Senate's independent only when it's convenient for the Liberals. But this was exactly what the NDP had proposed to do. The Prime Minister is busy making infrastructure announcements that will be directly linked to the Liberals' infrastructure bank. But the Liberals never mentioned the privatization goal of this bank during the campaign, and now they are against taking the time to study it. Don't they understand? It looks like they have something to hide.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we have put forward a very, very ambitious plan to allow our municipalities to prosper. They allow them to build the infrastructure that they need to grow our economy and to reduce congestion in major urban centers, build more affordable housing, recreational, cultural infrastructure. We believe that by mobilizing institutional investors, pension funds, we can free up resources to build more affordable housing, to build more shelters for women fleeing domestic violence. That is our goal, and that's exactly what we are focused on. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Same Canadians they want to work for are going to pay the tolls and user fees that come along with this privatization bank.
Now, Mr. Speaker, lots of announcements, but still a lot of questions about the infrastructure bank. Like the NDP, the Senate's calling for the bill to be split to allow for us to try to get the answers to those questions. Privatization, omnibus bills, lack of respect for Parliament. We really wonder who's in power. Was there any change, or is it really Stephen Harper on the other side? What we want to know is why the government won't allow an adequate examination of this privatization bank that will lead to tolls and user fees.
Mr. Speaker, what is different is the commitment that we have made to our Canadian communities to allow them the infrastructure they need. We are tripling our investments to $180 billion. That is a historic investment in infrastructure. And the honourable member fully well understands that in the last election, his party had no plan to build the infrastructure, and the party opposite, the Conservative Party, for a decade ignored the needs of the Canadian communities. We are here to work with them to allow them to build the infrastructure they deserve and their citizens need.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Norsat scandal, the sale of a high-tech company to foreign interest without a national review, is tarnishing Canada's international reputation. This makes no sense. Our ambassadors are ill at ease. Our international experts are concerned. Our allies are wondering what's happening. Canadians deserve better. The only way to reassure our international allies and others is by making public all documents. Why isn't the government prepared to do so? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we take national security very seriously. All investments under the Canada Investment Act are subject to a rigorous review process, which contains many steps. In this case, as in all other cases, the process was followed. National security agencies undertook a review and confirmed that the security procedures and guarantees put in place are consistent with our high standards. No transaction, Mr. Speaker, would have taken place if it had not met our strict requirements regarding national security. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Now, this is unacceptable for our international reputation, Mr. Speaker. The government wants to manage this issue, but table the documents. That would eliminate all doubt. If there were no doubts, they wouldn't be afraid to table the document. Transparency is absolutely essential, and it's really costly for Canada's reputation. Why is the government refusing to take action in the best interests of Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to national security matters, we base our decisions on the opinions of our experts, our national security agencies. That is exactly what we did. They were consulted. They looked at what they needed to. They had the facts available to themselves. It's not based on speculation, as the other party opposite is doing. They looked at the facts. Decisions were fact-based. This is on these matters of national security. We follow the advice of our experts.
Mr. Speaker, China isn't shy about its efforts to spy on Canada or our allies. And according to documents obtained from CSIS, China continuously targets our classified information and advanced technology. That didn't seem to stop the Liberals from allowing China's Hytera Communications to buy Norsat, a Canadian company that creates advanced technology used by our military and our allies, which is exactly what China's been after. When will the Liberals stop putting our national security at risk?
When? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Innovation and Science.
Mr. Speaker, we never have and we never will put our national security at risk. We followed a multi-stage process in this case, Mr. Speaker, and we based our decision on the opinion, the considered opinion of our national security experts. What does the other side of the House have against our national security experts, Mr. Speaker? They're the ones who have the facts in front of them, and we rely on their opinion in this process, and it's a very good process, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to follow it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister would start walking the walk instead of just talking the talk, we might be able to believe him when he repeats his lines about being open and transparent. We've asked for simple answers regarding his decision to sell defense secrets to the Chinese government. Our U.S. neighbors are raising alarms about that decision. Security experts are concerned. A former ambassador has spoken out against it. Will the Prime Minister please explain to Canadians why he did not request a full, formal national security review of this transaction?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, there is a multi-stage national security review process in place. That process was followed. Within the course of that process, our national security experts, basing themselves on the facts of the case, Mr. Speaker, our national security agencies are the only people in this case who had the facts before them, unlike the opposition. We are basing our decision on their recommendation to us, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, today the Supreme Court of Canada confirmed that trials need to be conducted in a timely manner. Now, our Conservative government appointed well over 500 highly competent and diverse individuals to the bench. There was never a shortage of exceptional candidates to choose from. When are the Liberals going to get their act together and fill all these judicial vacancies? When?
The honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to ensuring that our criminal justice system keeps communities safe, protects victims, and holds offenders to account. And as the court in Cody reiterated today, every actor in the criminal justice system has a responsibility to ensure that criminal proceedings are carried out efficiently and effectively. Mr. Speaker, our minister met with her provincial and territorial counterparts in April to focus on the roles that each of our governments can play. They identified 4 priorities for legislative reform, including dealing with mandatory minimum penalties, bail and administration of justice offences, preliminary inquiries, and reclassification offences. Mr. Speaker, we're working together to address these delays.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, the Liberals aren't even appointing the necessary judicial advisory committees that give advice when making appointments. Incredibly, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Saskatchewan, and Southwestern Ontario still don't even have a committee to advise the minister on judicial appointments. Obviously, this government has got a problem in this area. What's it going to take for them to clean up this mess?
The honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to advise this House that the Minister of Justice has made tremendous progress, not only in developing a system which will strengthen our judiciary to ensure that we maintain judicial excellence while reflecting the great diversity of this country. And to date, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice has appointed 77 judges and 22 deputy judges across the country. We have a system in place, it's being implemented, and we are seeing a significant progress.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Initially, the Liberals announced that they had no choice but to change how Parliament works. After having been openly criticized, the Liberals have done an about-face on almost everything. In their election platform, the Liberals promised to put an end to the practice whereby parliamentary secretaries determine what happens at committee. So why are the Liberals forcing through changes to the standing orders that would allow precisely that to happen?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, we promised to make real change to Parliament to make it more efficient, open, and transparent. We took commitments to do so. At committee, I answered questions from members. We have a plan that I believe will work well.
La députée d'Elmwood.
Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I think Canadians are getting tired of the combination of high-handed actions and non sequitur answers by the Liberals. Just as they grew tired of omnibus bills under Stephen Harper's regime, and the Liberals promised in the last campaign to end them, because omnibus bills allow for the government to push through hundreds of changes at once without time for Parliament to scrutinize them or for civil society to scrutinize them, Mr. Speaker. But instead of getting rid of the practice of omnibus bills, they're proposing new rules that will legitimize the practice of omnibus bills. And we're just wondering, what happened to the Liberals at the campaign?
the Leader du gouvernement à la Chambre.
Speaker, as I've just said in French, during the election campaign, we promised to bring real change to Parliament to make it more effective, open, and transparent. We made specific commitments on how to achieve this. We have worked in good faith with the opposition, and we welcome a debate on the proposed change in the coming days. Yesterday, I had put in the motion for the changes. We've been working very well together. I knew we could. My door's always been open. It was good to see the members come through that door so that we could collaborate and work for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
You got to do that with your hand over your heart. It's much better. The Heritage Minister is preparing a cultural document that will determine the future of Canadian online content for providers like Google. Her chief of staff has been lobbied 6 times alone this year by Google, a company she was a top executive for. Now, under the Conflict of Interest Act, ministers' staff must abstain from participating in decisions that would place them in a conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, the rules are clear, but the minister either ignores them or thinks they don't apply to her. Why did the minister allow Leslie Church to participate in these sensitive discussions?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, we've said it many times before, creative industries are going through a period of disruption brought on by the digital shift. The Minister has met with all major digital platforms as part of the Canadian Content in the Digital Age Review. Ms. Church's expertise and broad knowledge of the digital landscape is essential to our understanding of how to best support this sector during this transition. She has been fully transparent about her former employment, including with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
But she's still in a conflict, Mr. Speaker. HoC Energy recently hired the Natural Resource Minister's former Chief of Staff, Janet Ansley, worked for the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers just prior to taking the job with the minister, and HoC lobbied her just before the 1-year cooling-off period began. In other words, up until she left the minister's office, she was directly involved in decisions that could directly impact her new employer. Mr. Speaker, again, the law is clear. We know conflicts of interest come natural to the Liberals, but will they stop using their offices as a resource to set their friends up for greener pastures?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Ministry of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as we well know, all former staff are bound by a set of rules laid out by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Those rules are quite clear, Mr. Speaker, and those rules will be followed. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, all 5 members appointed by the Prime Minister's office to the Halifax Port Authority donated to the Liberal coffers. That's right. Their combined contributions, $76,000. Will the Prime Minister admit right now that when it comes to appointments, Liberals need only apply?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, a little bit of déjà vu here. I reject the premise of the question, of course, because we are taking a new, open and transparent approach that is merit-based, that is also taking into account diversity, including gender diversity. Now, the Port of Halifax is extremely important for Canada's economy, and I'm very proud of the 5 people that we have named because of their professionalism. This is good for the Port of Halifax. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, this is a government that when they were campaigning, they said they were going to be the most open and transparent government in Canadian history. Mr. Speaker, one of those donors gave over $50,000 to the Liberal coffers. It is truly transparent. It's transparent that if you're a Liberal donor, you get the job. If you're a Liberal donor, you get the appointment. If you're a Liberal donor, you get the project. Why is this minister putting the interests of Liberal donors ahead of everyday Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I totally reject the premise of that question. Our selection of board members for the Port of Halifax and any other port across the country is based on an open, transparent, competitive process that is merit-based and that takes into account diversity, including gender diversity as well. We're very proud of the people that we have selected for the Port of Halifax. They're a great group of people who have the interests of the Port of Halifax, the economy of Nova Scotia.
Order. There's too much noise in the chamber. Very difficult to hear the responses and in some cases the answers. I ask for order. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After cutting funding to 1/3 of all HIV organizations, including AIDS Saskatoon and my riding, the minister told us not to worry. She said there was $30 million of new funding for the federal initiative on HIV. Well, we've got the department documents, and guess what they say? Increase to the federal initiative on HIV, $0. Increase to the Community Action Fund, which funds these groups, $0. Can the minister explain where exactly is this funding, or did she mislead this House and Canadians?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is deeply committed to addressing HIV and AIDS in Canada, and as the Minister said yesterday, and I reiterate, in Budget 2017, it included new investments of $30 million over 5 years that will support frontline interventions to reduce new cases of HIV and Hep C by adopting a harm reduction approach. This builds, Mr. Speaker, on the $72.6 million being spent this year alone under the federal initiative to address HIV/AIDS, with $26.4 million going to community-based organizations such as the one she's referred. We continue to work closely with all our partners in order to meet our targets and eliminate AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals bungled the process to replace the Commissioner of Official Languages, and they refused to support a new process that was supported by a majority of parties in the House. What a mess. The problem is that the acting commissioner's term is up tomorrow. When the Heritage Minister was asked by my colleague from Drummond a couple of days ago, she just said, "I will get back to you in due course." Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give her the opportunity to tell us now who will be enforcing the Official Languages Act as of Sunday. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Canada's 2 official languages go to the heart of our culture and identity. They are a priority. We have promised Canadians a new process that's merit-based and open, and that's what we've done. The position of Commissioner is very important, and we are sure that the person recommended will have all the skills required. An announcement will be made in the days to come.
Mr. Speaker, residents of the National Capital Region understand the importance of public transit for shorter commutes, cleaner air, and a stronger economy. With the first phase of light rail nearing completion, it's important that we build on this momentum and expand the system. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities please tell this House how the government is supporting the future of public transit in this, our beautiful National Capital Region?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, because of the hard work of the members of the National Capital Region Caucus, this morning, Prime Minister announced more than $1 billion toward Ottawa's light rail transit stage 2 project. This investment will transform public transit across the region and create jobs and economic growth in the National Capital Region while making communities more sustainable and inclusive. We are very proud to support the City of Ottawa and the Capital Region.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that the Director of Operations for the Missing and Murdered Inquiry has resigned. That is 4 senior employees that have jumped ship in less than a year. The inquiry is losing credibility. Families are suffering with trust and trauma issues. Does the minister not see that there's a problem? Why is there such a significant staff turnover? And what is she going to do to reassure families that she will personally make sure that this inquiry gets back on track?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we're committed to ending this ongoing national tragedy. After decades of loss, discrimination, and mistreatment, families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls are speaking and feeling heard. The Commission has acknowledged the need to increase communication, and the families must be at the centre of this inquiry, and they are committed to ensuring this. I was also pleased to see the positive feedback from the first family sessions in Whitehorse. I am confident that the Commissioners have the background, the experience, and the mandate to lead this inquiry.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Speaker, the Prime Minister vowed to phase out the oil sands, and unfortunately for Canada, it seems his plan is working. Imposing a carbon tax, axing the Discovery Well tax credit, forcing his anti-oil activists onto the energy minister's staff. These are taking their toll. In March, there were 25 junior oil companies left in Alberta, down from close to 100. These risk takers are the heartbeat of Alberta's energy sector. When will the Prime Minister make the right priority? Why are his priorities a job-killing carbon tax and paid anti-oil activists when they should be Canada's economy and the jobs of hard-working Albertans?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Unlike the party opposite, we understand that the environment and the economy go together. That's why we are putting a price on pollution, which will reduce what we don't want, which is pollution, and foster what we do want, which is innovation, clean growth, and good jobs. We also approved 2 pipelines, which the party opposite was unable to do. We understand that the environment and the economy go together. We want a more sustainable future for our kids, and we want clean growth and good jobs.
Honourable Member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have calculated how much revenue could be generated from a carbon tax, but they will not release that important information. The estimated cost of the tax is $2.5 billion in Saskatchewan alone. That's right, billion with a B. In my riding, one truck company estimates this Liberal cash grab will cost them an extra $500,000 per year. Why do the Liberals refuse to disclose the cost this forced carbon tax will have on Saskatchewan families and businesses?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear to the member opposite, as we've repeated over and over, that all revenues created, all revenues that are received that are put a price on pollution go directly back into the province. But let me also be clear that 80% of Canadians live in a jurisdiction where, through the leadership of the provinces, there's already a price on pollution. We're very hopeful that every province will step up, do the right thing, put a price on what we don't want, pollution, and foster what we do want, clean jobs, innovation, and a more sustainable future for our kids.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, every day the Liberals continue to drag their feet on the reintroduction of biosecurity measures that would help eliminate the prevention of PED outbreak on hogs in Manitoba. By doing so, they continue to put the livelihoods of farm families at risk. Manitoba farmers can't wait any longer. The time to sit around and talk is long gone. The Liberals need to listen to industry experts and take immediate action. So will the Minister of Agriculture stop ignoring the very people that he is meant to help and reintroduce the much-needed biosecurity measures immediately?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, there's no risk to human health. PED is a required reporting disease provincially and not federally. The Manitoba Agriculture Minister and the Pork Council in Manitoba are following appropriate procedures. The CFIA has offered its support, but it's too soon to tell at this stage whether what the origin of the outbreak was or the likely spread. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, after weeks of pressure from the NDP, yesterday the Liberals announced they were reversing their plans to eliminate 2 important marine programs. Firstly, I want to thank all those across BC who reached out and spoke up. Together, we were able to turn the tide. But there's much more we can do and need to do. For example, the salmon run in the Somas is down from 1.3 million last year to only 170,000 this year. What is this government going to do to provide immediate support for this vital BC resource and those who depend on it?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that wild salmon are the lifeblood of the West Coast, which is why our government is investing significantly in managing and restoring our wild Pacific salmon stocks. In addition to our continued support for the Salmon Enhancement Program, we have announced a new $75 million coastal restoration package as part of our $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan, and a further $1.4 billion investment as a result of the Department's recent comprehensive review. This means more evidence-based decision-making, more scientists, more habitat restoration, and more community partnerships, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to ensuring that our wild salmon thrive for the benefit of our communities and our future generations.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, last year the NDP introduced a motion calling on this government to reinstate the Perishable Agricultural Commodities Act. Since this was a Liberal campaign promise, growers across Canada were deeply disappointed when it didn't happen. The Agriculture Committee also unanimously urged the minister to implement a payment protection model, but we still haven't heard anything. When will the Liberals take action for our farmers and growers across Canada, do as they promised, and reinstate PACA?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately I misunderstood the question. Could he ask it again? Time is limited. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan. If you could repeat the question, please, briefly.
The question is about the Perishable Agriculture Commodities Act. It was a Liberal promise to reinstate it. It hasn't been reinstated despite calls from growers and the NDP and the Agriculture Committee. So when will the Liberals take action and reinstate the Perishable Agricultural Commodities Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. We are currently analyzing the situation in order to respond to the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Minister, about the CRA's new tax grab on small businesses like campgrounds and self-storages. However, she's just going to stand up again and once again completely insult small businesses by saying they need to start paying their fair share. And then she'll falsely claim that the Liberal government hasn't changed the tax rules. Is she really that incompetent, or has she finally checked her facts, realized that she's totally wrong, and changed her talking points?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to ensuring every Canadian pays their fair share of taxes. We continue to support small and medium-sized businesses from coast to coast to coast because we recognize that they are the backbone of our economy, Mr. Speaker. Our commitment to tax fairness is at the core of our mandate, and our government will continue to support small and medium-sized businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Banff Airdrie.
Well, gee, it's almost like I predicted what she was going to say. Now I think they're going to next claim that we failed to act on this somehow. Well, Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government, in fact, conducted a review of this issue in 2015, but those Liberals cancelled that review and then immediately came out with a new interpretation of the rules, and small businesses started receiving huge new tax bills. They even ignored a Finance Committee report that recommended these rules be fixed. It seems the only thing the Liberals are not ignoring is another attempt to punish small businesses. So will the Liberals stop this war on small businesses, or is the minister just going to get up again and tell them they need to start paying their fair share?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the member opposite that when his party was in the government, they held consultations with stakeholders and decided not to move forward on such legislative change. Mr. Speaker, we continue to support our small and medium-sized businesses from coast to coast to coast because they are the backbone of our economy, Mr. Speaker. Our commitment to tax fairness is at the core of our mandate, and our government will continue to support small and medium-sized businesses. Thank you.
Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once these small businesses have gone bankrupt, I'm sure the Liberals will be handing out subsidies to them. Mr. Speaker, Nathan has a small farm in my riding. In order to make ends meet, he works for other farmers in the area. One of the farmers he works for happens to be his dad. Now, Liberal changes to the small business tax credits means that arm's-length organizations that exist within farm families must share one small business tax credit. This means Nathan and his dad must now decide how they're going to divide their small business tax credit. Why are the Liberals using the tax code to hurt farm families like Nathan's?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
This government is committed to supporting our job creators, which are small businesses. We made a commitment to Canadians that we will help our small businesses grow through innovation and trade, and that's exactly what we're doing. We know when it comes to the products and services that our small businesses offer in this country, not only are they good for Canadians, they are good for the world. Small businesses are in communications with us every day. We listen to the very real challenges they are facing. We need them to be able to grow, to create the jobs that Canadians need. We will continue to support our small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I, like many of my colleagues, hear regularly about three issues: a strong, evolving economy that leverages Canada's skills, trades, and expertise, a strong, vibrant commitment to the protection of the environment, where innovation creates good jobs, and a strong, clear plan that ties together innovation, infrastructure, and the environment, where the next generation economy works for all Canadians. Can the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change please update this House on how the Low Carbon Economy Fund will help address these issues? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
I would like to thank the member from Guelph for his excellent question. The Low Carbon Economy Fund will support the best and most innovative ideas to reduce our emissions for the good of our children and grandchildren, and will create good jobs. This will support projects that will make our homes and buildings more efficient, help companies innovate and access technologies to reduce their emissions, help the forest and agriculture sectors enhance their capacity to capture carbon and to reduce emissions. I'm excited to move forward on this key pillar to supporting our pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. It's about a more sustainable and cleaner future for our kids and grandkids.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. When it comes to creating jobs, this government has a partner in the INO in the rapid startup of new, innovative and prosperous businesses, be it in Ontario, Alberta, BC or Quebec. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development said in the House on February 22nd that he supported its expansion. Since then, nothing has budged. Radio silence. Why aren't the Liberals doing anything? Has the minister had a change of heart? When's he going to invest in the expansion of this world leader, the National Optics Institute, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. Mr. Speaker, we supported the INO last year in Budget 2016. We will continue to support and invest all across the country in innovative industries, Mr. Speaker, and we created 250,000 jobs in the last 6 months, Mr. Speaker. Those are figures that the previous government never saw. It's fantastic, our record so far, and it will continue.
Senator.
Mr. Speaker, with the new changing economy moving towards knowledge-based digital economy, we need to make sure we have talent needed to complete the global economy. We need to focus on our own young people and make sure they have the necessary knowledge and skill to compete and succeed in the new economy. Can the Parliament Secretary please explain what steps the government is taking to ensure the young people are ready for the economy of today and tomorrow?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the hard-working member from Brampton Centre for his question. Mr. Speaker, we are working hard to ensure that Canadians have the necessary skills to fully participate in the new digital economy. Wednesday, Mr. Speaker, I was delighted to join the Minister and a bunch of kids from Montreal, Toronto, and Ottawa who were here in Ottawa to launch CanCode, which over the next 2 years will give 500,000 students from kindergarten to grade 12 the opportunity to learn in-demand skills, especially encouraging young women, Indigenous Canadians, and other underrepresented groups. Mr. Speaker, we're investing in our young people today to ensure that they are ready to meet the...
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, Jasper National Park, one of Canada's major tourist destinations, has been devastated by the pine beetle infestation. Much of the forest is dead or dying. The dead trees are a tremendous fuel load and present a significant risk to the community of Jasper. Residents are concerned for their own safety and that of the visitors and the security of their homes. With a high risk of wildfires fueled by a forest devastated by the pine beetle, have the Liberals put a plan in place to protect this park?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. our government is absolutely committed to the ecological integrity of our national parks. That is my first priority as the minister. We are working very hard in all of our parks, including Jasper National Park. I look forward to talking to the member further about this and seeing how we can move forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the government of Quebec is asking Ottawa to transfer ownership of 25 federal ports on the St. Lawrence, 5 of the 25 federal ports on the St. Lawrence. It's a good idea because when it comes to port maintenance, the government of Canada is not only negligent, it's just plain irresponsible. Yet more proof of the price Quebec has paid for being subjugated to Canada. Will Ottawa transfer the 5 ports in question to Quebec, along with the $100 million to fix the mess they've created with this infrastructure? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of our cooperation with the province of Quebec, particularly because of their marine strategy. And I spoke with Jean Damour, the minister, and Premier Couillard yesterday about the transfer of ports. And I know they're interested in those 5 ports. The negotiations will begin soon. This is work that will be done cooperatively between the federal and provincial governments, and I'm sure it'll be a beautiful partnership. Thank you. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Another meaningless answer. Mr. Speaker, with the Infrastructure Bank, Canada can decree that high finance is above the law of Quebec. Environmental protection, farmland, urban planning, there are no guarantees anymore. Quebecers should just sit down and let Toronto decide. For weeks, the Liberals have been saying that that's not what they intended. So if the government doesn't mean to feed Quebec to the lions at the Infrastructure Bank in Toronto, why don't they amend C-44? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Very clear, and I assured the House number of times that Infrastructure Bank and any project undertaken by the Infrastructure Bank would have to abide by the provincial rules, municipal rules. So we respect the local jurisdiction. I'm proud to say that this week we made a significant investment in the city of Montreal supporting REM projects. That's going to create 34,000 jobs in that region. That's the kind of investment we want to make sure that our municipalities have the right tools to grow their economy and create jobs. Thank you.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, there's no one in Quebec who supports the government on this. No one. Not a single expert agrees with the government. Not one. The National Assembly is unanimous. Unanimous. Is it clear? In their condemnation of C-44. There's no one. The farming community is against it. The government's all alone except for the usual 40 ghosts playing cheerleaders on the Liberal benches. Is there anyone on the other side of the House, just one person who would stand up for once and say no to disarming Quebecers against the Infrastructure Bank? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Let me assure once again the Honourable Member that we have a very strong working relationship with the province of Quebec, and the bank would have to abide by all the rules that are in place in every province and municipalities. On top of that, bank will work very closely with provinces and municipalities to bring forward projects that communities need. 34,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker, created under one project only for the province of Quebec. We are proud to be working with them, and we're proud to support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question's for the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of visiting the Society of St. Vincent de Paul in the riding of Kanata Carleton. I was happy to donate to the Society's North of 60 project, which is a national initiative aimed at providing food, supplies, and goods and other goods to northern communities, including 5 communities in Nunavut. While Nunavut are thankful for such generosity, they're also eager to see what changes have been made to the Nutrition North program. Can the Minister update the House on when Nunavut can expect the changes to be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
I thank the member for his advocacy on this file. It's completely unacceptable that so many Northerners are still struggling to feed their families. I'm pleased to announce that the findings from the Nutrition North community engagement sessions are now available online. Our government is considering all the feedback received during the recent engagement and is collaborating with Northern and Indigenous organizations to update the program to be much more reflective of Northerners' needs. Together, we can ensure that Northern families have access to affordable, healthy food.
That will bring question period to a close for today. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And pursuant to Standing Order 32, Section 2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the report, Cyber Threats to Canada's Democratic Process. Thank you.
Dépôt de documents. L'Honourable Secrétaire.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, and on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled First Amendment to the Pooh Convention, adopted with Decision 214 at the second session of the meeting of the parties to the Pooh Convention in Sofia from February 26-27, 2001. Second Amendment to the Pooh Convention, adopted with Decision 3-7 at the third session of the meeting of the parties to the Pooh Convention in Kaptat from June 1st to 4th, 2004. An explanatory memorandum is included in this treaty.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 13 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Déclaration des ministres. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union respecting its participation at the 136th Interparliamentary Union Assembly and related meetings in Dhaka, Bangladesh from April 1st to the 5th, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to Bill S3, an act to amend the Indian Act, elimination of sex-based inequities in registration. The committee has studied the bill and decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, sir.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Here, here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 9th report of the Government Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates regarding the review of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And, Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, let me just say on behalf of my entire committee how proud I am of the work they've done. Their foresight and their hard work has resulted in a report that I believe will encourage all public servants to come forward, report any government wrongdoing that they may have seen, and they will be able to do so in a safe environment without fear of reprisal. So congratulations to the committee. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say, pursuant to Standing Order 107.3, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 5th report of the Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures from April 1, 2016 to March 31, 2017.
Présentation de rapport de committee, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to table in both official languages the report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, the 11th report entitled Activities of Immigration Consultants.
The committee requests that the government table a comprehensive report to this unanimously agreed to report.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Introduction of presenting reports from committees, introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of public Senate bills. Senate public bills, that should be. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, you should find consent to adopt the following motion for the 2018 calendar of the House of Commons. It's a good one to say yes to. That notwithstanding Standing Order 28 or any other usual practice of the House, the following proposed calendar for the year 2018 referred to as Option H be tabled and that the House adopt this calendar.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? Yes. And the House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Canada-Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 3 petitions from the constituents of Canada-Carleton. The first one calls on the government to develop a national autism strategy through consultations with all levels of government and stakeholders. The second petition asks the government to develop a fair electoral system. And the third petition was given to me by students of All Saints High School in Canada who are in Mrs. Kurt's civics class. The students are calling for the government to find a constructive path forward to help identify unmarked graves of soldiers who died during the Battle of Vimy Ridge. I'm impressed by the levels of engagement of these students as they learn how our democracy and government functions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition in support of a private member's Bill C-316. Sensible proposal has been brought forward by my colleague from Calgary Confederation. Petitioners are calling on this House to improve the organ donation system in Canada by making the process to register as an organ donor much easier. This would be achieved by adding the simple question to our annual tax returns. Currently, 90% of Canadians support organ donation, but only 25% in this country are registered. 4,600 Canadians are currently awaiting a life-saving transplant. We know that making the registration process easier will save more lives in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to present a petition signed by Canadians across the country. This is actually the 4th petition that I have submitted on this issue. And this is a petition signed by craft brewers and distillers and vineyards, as well as Canadians who enjoy the incredible craft beer, wines, and spirits we have across Canada. And this petition is asking the Liberal government 2 things. The first is to act as an intervener in the Supreme Court case in the Bernard Comeau, which will be happening later this year. They want the federal Liberal government to support Canadian free trade. The second thing is they are asking for the Liberal government to work with the provinces to include alcohol as part of the Canadian Free Trade Agreement in time for Canada Day in 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for York-Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberal war on history continues to prompt many petitions to my office, and I have a fistful of them today. In the past, commemorative medals were issued by the Government of Canada on significant milestones in our country's history, recognizing the contributions of everyday Canadians to their communities, contributions that mean a great deal to so many, but often go unrecognized and unacknowledged. Medals to recognize people like that have been issued on the occasion of our Confederation in 1867 when, in fact, the Fathers of Confederation were among those who received such an award. We also had such medals on the Diamond Jubilee of Confederation in 1927, of course the Centennial in 1967, and the 125th anniversary in 1992. But as part of the Liberal War on History, there will be no medal honouring the country-building contributions of Canadians on the 150th anniversary of Confederation. And this is the case notwithstanding that plans were very well advanced under the previous government for such an award, and these plans were, including a design, and these plans were actually cancelled by the current government. As a result, tradition is being ignored, and community-leading Canadians are being forgotten. The petitions that I have received come from the following communities that I'm presenting today: Cardigan, Prince Edward Island; Montagu, Prince Edward Island; Winnipeg, Manitoba; Morden, Manitoba; Cartwright, Manitoba; Coupar, Saskatchewan; Mather, Manitoba; Duncan, British Columbia; Slocan, British Columbia; Petite de Gras, Nova Scotia; Arishat, Nova Scotia; Sturgeon County, Alberta; Edmonton, Alberta; and Morinville, Alberta. And these petitioners, of course, call upon the government to reverse the very unfortunate decision to cancel the medals and to respect tradition and recognize deserving Canadians by issuing a medal to honour Canadians from who have helped make a contribution to their communities during this, the 150th anniversary of Confederation.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 1005, question 1014, question 1015, question 1020, question 1022, question 1023, question 1028, question 1032, question 1034, and question 1037. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I may, the government's responses to questions number question 1000 to question 1004, question 1006 to question 1013, question 1016 to question 1019, question 1021, question 1024 to question 1026, question 1029 to question 1031, question 1033, question 1035, question 1036, and question 1038 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that also agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-49, Transportation Modernization Act.
When the House last took up the question, the Honourable Member for Brandon Souris had a period of 5 minutes for questions and comments. He had just finished his speech just prior to the beginning of members' statements, and so we have 5 minutes for questions and comments. We'll go to that now. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's one of the things, maybe to pose the question in the form of we're very happy with the Brandon airport and some of the expansion that has been taking place, in particular with some of the airlines. And I know my colleague across the way would be very familiar with that. And maybe I'll use that as the link to the question in regards to how important it is that we have air passenger rights. And this is legislation that will ultimately lead to more rights or rights for air passengers. And would the member not across the way agree that ultimately we need to do what we can as legislators to ensure that there's a higher sense of fairness and that the passenger rights is something that is overdue?
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to my colleague from Manitoba as well. And of course, I would remind him and thank him for his interest in the Brandon Airport as well, which is now complete. It's expanded. It's 3 times the size that it was. It was my pleasure, while a member of the government, to be able to put some of those funds forward. I appreciate the fact that it was carried out, and I was there with another member from Winnipeg to make sure that they got the spades in the ground and got it going a year and a half ago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is very important that we have rights for passengers in the airline industry. But I have a great concern here in regards to the compensation levels because, of course, under this particular bill, as the member will know, voting for this bill would give the Minister of Transport and the Canadian Transportation Agency just a bit of an open check to set the monetary compensations for passengers that are affected in this way, rather than having some kind of a set fee for it and or a set compensation for certain areas, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that would be my own main concern with that area.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member talked a great deal about the wheat and the importance to wheat to our prairie provinces. We'll talk about the province of Manitoba once again, that within the legislation we're seeing actions that are being taken with respect to our rail lines and providing assurances. And I wonder if the member might want to, again, provide some comment in regards to just how important it is that we get it right in dealing with our rail lines as our commodity industries are really in need in ensuring that we have the best system possible.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I thank the colleague again for that important question, because it is very important, as he knows, that we are able to export the grain out of the prairies or off the prairies that we grow. We grow, as I said in my speech today, a greater proportion is exported than in any other country for the amount that we grow, and so I want to assure him that the thing that I'm concerned about with this particular Bill C-49 is that they're not even going to have the committee meetings on it until September, as pointed out by my colleague today here as well, and so this bill isn't going to be coming into action before July 31st, when Bill C-30 dies. And the Bill C-30 had many sound management tools that could be used to make sure the grain could move in a predictable manner. And this will open up the fact that there will be no predictability in the movement of grain once August 1st comes. And of course, August 1st is the very beginning of the new crop year, when grain will start to be harvested for this year and move. So I was urging the government to try and do everything they could to at least get Bill 49 through, maybe with some amendments by the end of August, or end of July, but of course we're rising shortly, and that isn't going to happen. They've indicated that it won't even go to committee till next fall. We don't know when it will pass or how big a priority it will be for the government at that point, and so we're very concerned that there will be a gap in the management of the movement of grain off the prairies to make it a more predictable, to put it into a more safeguarded and predictable manner to have rules for export, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a few years since I was last on Transportation Committee. I think 4 or 5, if my memory serves me right. But I do enjoy speaking about these issues. And one reason I enjoy talking about them is because in a country so vast and large as Canada, transportation is an issue that really matters. Every country has its unique issues in regards to these issues, but Canada's, I would say, would be distinctly different from most countries in the world. Perhaps Australia, United States, and Russia might face some of the same challenges that we do, but very few other countries in the world would have the exact same problems. The other thing that I find very interesting about this legislation is the problem that it underlying deals with, in that it's a different economic issue and problem than many of the issues that we are dealt with. But before I go down that lane, let me just put a few basic words of context and comment around the broad legislation here. Bill C-49, Transportation Modernization Act, is a piece of legislation, and we're often talking about it here for the people watching at home. We're using the term an omnibus bill because it has many elements from different areas that are put together under one larger theme. And I think you've heard this variously through the various opposition parties pointed out that not all of these elements of this bill really fit together. In fact, I would suggest the government would have been better to break this bill into 3 or perhaps even 4 pieces of legislation, because this bill has a very small element that deals with marine issues. It has a much larger element that deals with railway issues, and that could even be subdivided into pieces of legislation that deal with safety railway issues and transportation, broader economic railway issues. And it also deals with issues related to airlines, both issues related to consumers and also the financing of airlines and foreign ownership rules and so forth. So in many ways, I think the government has put together many things that really shouldn't belong in one piece of legislation. And that somewhat makes it a little difficult to comment on, because there's some things in this bill which I think are well-intentioned and have possibilities of being useful and good for the country, and other pieces of this legislation which I think should be rethought. So I will take apart each element of this bill in various, as far as I get in my time allotted. But one of the biggest problems dealing with transportation issues in Canada, in particular with rail issues, is there is a natural monopoly tendency. And that's not caused through any malice or any problem that the railways have caused. It's just there's some very natural realities that to build a railway, you need a large capital investment, making it very difficult for competition to come in. And also railways serve very geographic areas exclusively. They need to be that way. They need to have that natural monopoly, because to pay for that underlying capital cost, you need to have the ability to capture the majority of the market. But then that leads to a problem where you have power imbalance in the area. Now, if you have some commodity, if your commodity can be shipped by other means other than railway, for example, oil, where you can ship by pipeline, or if perhaps trucking is something that's very useful for your commodity, that's not a problem. But for certain commodities, certain situations in Canada, that's not available. It's difficult, and that usually tends to be where the issues tend to result and get argued about when it comes to rail transportation. Because in highly competitive markets where you have a lot of entries in and out, and product substitution is easily done, etc., you don't have the call for government to get involved, because the market flows very clearly and there's very few issues. Now, no monopoly is ever naturally total or pure, but to some degree the way the railway situation is in this country does have those sorts of elements to it. So that has therefore caused a long history of the governments of Canada regulating, subsidizing, and interfering in the rail transportation industry in Canada, particularly in the West. Because if you look at the population centers of Eastern Canada, they are much closer to the United States. Commodities can be trucked to the United States, at which point you have a considerable amount of competition that is available. So that tends to be the underlying issue that the government has to deal with whenever it deals with rail transportation issues. And in the previous Parliament, there had been some issues with grain getting transported out of the prairies due to bottlenecks, some of it perhaps due to the railways, some of it perhaps due to weather issues, a large crop we had in Western Canada. So the previous government put in some adjustments, some things which allowed the ability for shippers to use the railway system within 160 kilometers, and this is a bit of a simplified interpretation, to use the existing railways, have the right to ship their grain and other commodities to the United States and then connect. It's this interconnection that's being discussed about. It used to be 30 kilometers, but then was extended to 160 kilometers. So if you were in a place like Regina and needed to ship your grain and CP couldn't get it out, you could then get them to ship it to the United States, at which point a railway like Burlington Northern would then have the option to ship the grain. As has been noted, that's coming to an end. So what the government has suggested is changing the rules to introduce something that they're calling long-haul, I'm going to get the last word here wrong, long-haul interchangeability rights and eliminating this 160-kilometer rule. Now, in reading my notes, this is actually something very similar to what has actually already been in the legislation before and has not been used. And so my question to the government that I'm raising, if you are putting in a new provision, but it is almost identical to something that's been in the legislation since, according to my notes, the 1990s, but has not been used, what is the purpose? What are you trying to accomplish? And I think this is something the government at committee will have to deal with. Why are they eliminating something which has helped eliminate a bottleneck situation, but is now they are now going back to an older system that has not worked that well? So that's my first criticism and question of the government. The second thing I want to point out, and particularly with the rail issues, is I don't see anything that the government is doing in this to actually bring down the costs. Because service is important, and in many ways, many of the commodity shippers in Western Canada have told me they are willing to pay more if they can get timely and accurate services. Okay? That's very good, because ultimately time is money to them when shipping their products. But I also am failing to see where the government is dealing with ways to make the regulatory process quicker and smoother. In fact, most of this legislation seems to be adding more layers onto it. And I understand it goes back to that underlying problem of the natural monopoly and how you deal with it, and we often deal with it through regulation. But that's the second question I'd like to put to the government in dealing with this bill. How, with the rail situation and the added costs that are soon to be coming through the carbon tax, which will ultimately hurt the producers, the shippers, and other Canadians involved, how are they actually going to do things to lower the costs? So that is my second question to the government in regards to the legislation and the rail. Finally, very quickly, Mr. Speaker, as I see you've indicated, I have approximately a minute and a half to go. There is the elements in this bill which do personally interest me and many of my constituents, and that is the creation of Passengers' Bill of Rights. This sounds in many ways very good. As someone who flies a lot, and most Western Canadian members of Parliament, we joke that our third office is an airplane. I'm very familiar with problems that airlines can have. But again, my question is this: what has been costed, and how will this cost be passed on to the customer? Because costs in Canada for airline flights are some of the highest in the world. And that is a major concern that we all have. Because if our businesses are going to grow, if we're going to have better connection, if we're going to have the ability for places like Saskatoon, where I come from, to move out and do business in the world, we need costs to be dealt with. So, Mr. Speaker, basic questions. Why is the government taking away something that worked, replacing it in the rail industry with something that's been tried and seemed to be wanting? Where's the government's ability to bring down costs, both for railways and also for air passengers? And how are they going to simplify the regulatory burden? These are questions I think the government needs to deal with when this bill goes to committee. And I think they would have been wiser if they had split this legislation into smaller bills so we could deal with it in more bite-sized pieces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. And it might be surprising to him that we actually are on the same kind of ground. We want to achieve the same kind of impact for Canadians. What we try to do is to take an integrated and collaborative approach to this kind of legislation. And the response from the actual stakeholders and experts has really been positive. From the Western Grain Elevator Association says, we're thankful that Minister Garneau and Macaulay understand just how fundamental this is to grain farmers in the industry. This is an important day for grain shippers. Cereals Canada says, Cereals Canada applauds today's grain transportation announcement. The policy announced today will provide that accountability when acted in legislation. The Pulse Canada and Canadian Special Crops On the whole, the government has identified the core issues that need to be addressed, and we see opportunities to engage. A great deal of consultation has been made. And I have more, Mr. Speaker. But my question to my honourable colleague is that why not send this to committee? Why not send it to the committee so we can actually hear from these experts and these stakeholders? Thank you.
Just use this occasion to remind honourable members that even when another honourable member's name appears in a quote or a citation, you still, in the course of the member's remarks, just change up the name to the member's title or the member's riding name. That works well and is the right way to do it. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my response to my honourable colleague would be this. We're coming up to the midpoint of the government at this point here, and we're likely to have, not guaranteed, but likely to have a prorogation where everything gets restarted and reset in the fall. So we send it to committee. There's ways of reviving this bill. My suggestion earlier in the speech was that the government, instead of putting this out as one, would have put it out in 4 smaller pieces of legislation. That would have allowed the government to get the rail piece of this bill out sooner, get it through done, and as my colleague, the member for Brandon-Souris, has pointed out, would prevent the legislative gap that is about to happen. So my response to the government is this. If this is such a priority, and I agree it is, why didn't they get it started on it earlier? Why didn't they break it down into smaller pieces where the urgent items could be dealt with and the less urgent items could then be debated more fulsome? That is my response to my honoured colleague.
Some comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Speaker, and one of the concerns that I have about the bill is the amount of things that we have in it. But one of the things that's clear is the Passenger Bill of Rights does not have any minimums or maximums with regards to identification of penalties, fines, or expectations for passengers. And regulations can set these things, but having no guidance at all from Parliament appears to be a weakness, especially when the European Union and the United States have at least hard targets for their legislative body to be involved. So to ask my colleague to see his position with regards to at least having some directional targets set by the legislative body versus that of leaving it all to regulations in this bill.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, I appreciate that question from my honourable colleague, and I think he has a good point. I think that's one of the things that would be discussed at committee. If, and it's a big if we are going ahead with these penalties, it would be wise to have the elected representatives give some sort of a framework rather than purely being done by regulation. I understand regulation can be more flexible, but I think the framework to the regulators should actually be given by the elected officials. That tends to be the democratic process, and I suspect that will be looked at when this comes to committee.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm here, and I'm going to be splitting my time with the member from Elmwood-Transcona. I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to do so. In a previous Parliament, the member from Elmwood-Transcona was Bill Blakey, a good friend of mine who I had the pleasure to spend some time with regards to a number of issues, including transportation, knowing that the Winnipeg area is a hub and is one of those gateways to much of the development of the West in our country and also into the United States. And ironically, that's what Windsor West was, where I represented. It's critical because we understand that transportation plays such a key part for not only just our economy, but also the social, cultural makeup of a civilization, because trade and that movement of people creates relationships, and it creates opportunities, and it creates a certain characteristic in entrepreneurship and some of the hard industries. And that's what I really appreciated about Bill and him understanding when he came down to Windsor when we were fighting for a new border crossing. I always remember, it was interesting, Mr. Speaker, because if you weren't in the House when Bill Blakey was here, I can tell you he was a giant, quite literally. I was first asked when he came to Windsor, I said, "What's he like?" And a friend of mine said, "Well, he hasn't met a sandwich he doesn't like." And I pull up to the airport, and there's this giant of a man. And I pull up in a two-door Cavalier, and gets in. He's a member of Parliament, and we're just in a simple car. And he gets in and sits down, and he goes, "Well, does the seat go back?" And I said, "Unfortunately, it's all the way back." And he traveled with us that way with his knees in his face for a long time. But it was interesting coming from Winnipeg, understanding the transportation aspect. The border where I had represented, the first observation he had was all the transport trucks that were lined up down here in Church Road, one after the other. And what he said to me at that time is that in Winnipeg, we call those things trains because there was hundreds of them stacked and stacked and stacked that went across there, and these were transport trucks. And so I'm splitting my time with a new member from Elmwood-Transcona, and I know that he will have the same pedigree with regards to transportation, and am proud to do so. But this is important for transportation in many respects. I will focus a little bit on the airline passenger bill of rights aspects, something that I've been trying to personally move in this Parliament for a number of different years, and something that we've all had as members kind of an observation is that why Canada is a laggard in this. The European Union and the United States in particular have long advanced passenger bill of rights. It's also, I would say, Mr. Speaker, a good example of how lack of consumer protection we have in Canadian society. We are very unique when it comes to the lack of protection and the influence of those things on our pocketbook. And so as New Democrats, we've worked on a variety of issues. One of most recently that's getting a lot of notation is the unlocking of cell phones. One of the things that I had worked with Rogers at one point of unlocking them as being the first. They were the first to do so. But that is a normal expected behavior, and for no cost, the CRTC has ruled, is a reasonable expectation consumers should have, because that's the normal practice in most places in the world, and actually our trading allies. And so for us to be treated differently is a drag on our economy, Mr. Speaker. It's a drag on our capability to compete. And so when we look at something for consumer rights here, it again is a drag, because you know what, Mr. Speaker, an airline bill of rights affects passenger travel, and passenger travel is also business travel. So say, for example, if you are a business traveler and you have been ripped off, or if you are a business traveler and you have been not treated properly, or you have been a business traveler that did not get to your destination, or whether you're speaking somewhere, you're a civil society person, you're even traveling on a whole bunch of different things, if we are spending so much of our time trying to figure out rules, regulations, fairness, and it's nothing more than a dog's breakfast out there for people to fight for decency, anything from a little bit of nourishment to the actual proper compensation that you should receive, that is wasted time, energy, and resources in our economy, and it actually becomes an uncompetitive part of our economy. And Canada really needs to think about the consumer protection element as a drag on our capabilities when we think about the fact that we are out of sync with our competitors, and we are out of sync with our partners, be it the United States or the European Union or whoever else, when it comes to these types of things. So this act here, unfortunately, though, includes several things. The Liberals have done, quite frankly, and I have to give them, credit in some degree, is that the Conservatives were very good at basically having a healthy repertoire of omnibus bills in the House of Commons, and it was one thing that we debated on a regular basis, the bill. But given the fact that we have so few bills coming forth, and when they do come, they are actually omnibus bills on steroids, because they're pumped up with several different aspects that we wouldn't have seen in the past. So they've really augmented this type of a practice. And so just in this bill alone, where passenger bill of rights should be on its own discussed for the reasons I've noted just on the precursor in terms of even the competitiveness of our economy, let alone sincere fairness. I mean, if you've ever been sat on the tarmac before and waiting just, you can't even go to the washroom because it's 2, 3, 4 hours, let alone the spillovers we had in the past, is something that's unhealthy to begin with. But think about that on that small issue. When we're talking about other things in this bill, Mr. Speaker, there's the Transportation Act is amended in here. Foreign ownership of airlines is amended in here, Mr. Speaker. So we are talking about an industry that has had quite a colorful past and current characterization of ownership that is full of cast of characters and unknown quantities, to say the least, that is dependent upon series of things, and we're actually shedding some of our control of ownership, and it's worthy of a debate. The Railway Safety Act, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, and in terms of where Canada stands with railway and railway safety, I was a former transportation critic for this party, and we worked on the Railway Safety Review and a number of things that never got implemented. But I think that one of the best examples that we shouldn't, just because we were built on a railway system and we were basically had some great advances, but when you compare ourselves to other countries, just keep this example in mind, is that while we are still struggling to find high-speed rail, Uzbekistan is beating us on that, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that that bleeds through the entire process in terms of rail safety in this place, because we have basically, I mean, this is the way that it looks like. I'm a former municipal city councillor, and I can tell you this is one of the things I've learned here and the House of Commons in my previous representation is that you have city council, then you have the provincial legislature, then you have the federal legislature, then you have the Lord, and then you have the rail companies. And that's essentially the pecking order it seems to be when it terms of being a representative and dealing with the complications of rail safety, which are very significant, not only just for the workers, Mr. Speaker, but also for the men and women who live around those and interact with them. I can tell you, for example, what's hazardous materials, as transportation between our two countries is significant. So we also have a Coastal Trading Act, the Canadian Marine Act, and the Grain Transportation Act that are all affected in this particular act. And so we have moved now again to closure with this bill, and instead of actually doing this properly, we're going to see it done all together. So I know the government, and I don't want to be too hard on the previous government, but I mean, I think the reality is this, is just a practicality about omnibus bills, is they don't go through the full vetting process that's necessary. It's not even a cast in terms of a political advantage or a political commentary to the Liberals or the Conservatives about this. It's just the reality is that legislative bodies, like our committees, are supposed to go through individual legislation because we can enhance it. Even if we don't agree with the legislation and what it's done, you often find mistakes and other problems. So hence the previous government ran into several different problems in the court systems because bills didn't go through the proper channel and they didn't go through the full vetting that's necessary. Now again, as I've mentioned, this government seems to have really built upon that and pumped up their legislation to have even more. And we're going to see this go to committee, and it's going to be a cluster of different things that will have to have testimony. And I can tell you is that we will get testimony that overshadows many different departments, many different witnesses, and it will likely come back a big, giant muddle and mess, and at the end of the day, we'll be dealing with this again. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that time is coming to an end here, but I do want to impress upon the Passenger Bill of Rights conclusion by saying that Canadians have spoken loud and clear about this. The EU has some models and targets reached. We propose that we should be having that as part of our legislation. The United States has this, and let's just not think about the inconvenience of a passenger with regards to being delayed. Let's also think about our economy and our capabilities in the time management that you have as an individual that should have a good contract for when you purchase a ticket, you should at least receive a product that is similar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Laurentide Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a fan of this bill for a couple of reasons. Personally, because as a licensed pilot and a long-time train spotter, it hits all my interests in one place. Mr. Speaker, the railways in this country were built around the concept of building local monopolies. They're spaced out by certain distances for a reason. They're set up that way so that each company would have their territory. So I think it's very important for us to be modernizing it in the way that we're doing here and allowing these interchanging rules to be far improved to increase the competition. I wonder if a member would agree with that general sentiment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, the fact of the matter is that the railway companies, historically when building this country, it was received unprecedented, even corrupt types of beneficial practices when the country was built. In fact, when you go back and you look at not only just Canada, but also North America, that there was in the United States as well, a whole practices that political and as well as business-wise that really looked at the interests of individuals in the accumulation of wealth. And they sadly, Mr. Speaker, have some of the things that we have to correct as part of our culture and heritage. I would think no less of, Mr. Speaker, in the mere fact that the types of labor that we used on building our railways in particular. And I think that, for Mr. Speaker, changes how I feel, and I think many do, is that it's about time we have the reality is our land and our infrastructure is the preeminent domain of Canadians, and the use of them is a privilege, and the privilege should be respected.
Comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Windsor. Anybody who listened to his speech, you know that he comes from a position of knowledge. I had the opportunity to serve with him on the Industry Committee, and I really respect his opinion. He talked about the importance of this bill and getting it right as far as in respect to Canadian competitiveness. And both his community and mine, we really rely on a good transportation system as far as competitiveness, particularly for the automotive industry. I was wondering if he could actually answer why it's so important that we get this right, especially and study it and get it the time to study it properly, because relativeness to our competitiveness internationally, if he could comment on how important it is to get this right.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the intervention for the member of Oshawa, who knows as well and is very well versed in the complications and the challenges of the automotive industry. And he well understood that on committee and as a parliamentary secretary, is, say, for example, the movement of goods and services for supply, be it just-in-time delivery, but also the final product, and how interrelated they are, multimodal, are very critical. So when we have the hearings, and he is right to caution us on this, related to this bill, we're going to get a crossover of a lot of different things that are important, but they may not get the heightened attention and the specific things and details they need to. So say, for example, a simple thing you would think would be easy to do is the rail tunnel between Windsor and Detroit. It doesn't allow for triple stackers for the automotive industry. So we don't, for years, we haven't been able to do proper shipments because the expansion of it isn't there. So if they run it through there, certain cargo gets destroyed. So simple things like that. And then you can only imagine constituencies like Oshawa that are still, obviously very integrated to the auto industry, that need to make sure that transportation is an efficiency attraction for the investment, not a detraction if the rail and other types of services don't provide for the easy and expedient access that they deserve.
Time for a very short question and response. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I also want to second the comment from the member from Oshawa in terms of the member from Windsor West and his great knowledge that he shares around consumer rights and protections. He's been fighting for capping merchant fees and for a gas ombudsman and wireless competition to lower fees for consumers. Mr. Speaker, in this bill, it talks about reducing, raising the cap on foreign ownership from 25% to 49%, which is a recommendation in the Emerson report that the Liberals are supporting. But the University of Manitoba research report submitted in relation to the Emerson report concluded that there's no reliable evidence of a link between raising the foreign ownership cap and boosting competition. Maybe the member could speak about that. Thank you.
Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, for an excellent question. And I know I only have a brief time, but it is an important one, is because the expectation is that by going to 49%, we will increase competition. But there should be in this bill that, at the very least, measurables for that. I do not believe that just increasing the foreign ownership, there's no collaboration between the two. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that's a real problem because there's so many anomalies out there with regards to who owns airlines and what they can actually financially have.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to speak to what is essentially the government's Omnibus Transportation Act or bill. And so unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to hit on all the points of what's contemplated in this bill because there's just frankly too much. It goes and changes laws having to do with everything from shipping, to railways, to the airline. It changes a number of different acts, and with a number of different purposes in mind. And so I would say that I think, just for starters, that it would have been better to break this bill up into its component pieces so that they could be studied properly and on theme, if you will, rather than trying to rush it all through at once. And I would remind members of the House that debate in this place isn't just for the sake of opposition politicians or even backbench MPs on the government side being able to talk a lot. What happens when we're talking in this chamber and during the time that it takes to pass a bill is also Canadians in civil society learning about what's in the bill and being able to form a judgment about whether they think it's a good idea or not, and having the time to be able to mobilize either in support or against aspects of the government program. So I think it's important when we talk about criticizing omnibus bills, it's not just for the sake of members in this House that want to go on talking. While we talk about that bill, Canadians are talking about it too, and they're getting a chance to weigh in, and they're able to contact us and become, through us in this place, part of the debate here. So when governments lump a whole bunch of significant changes together and ran them through Parliament, they're not just cutting out parliamentarians from that debate. That's the time it takes in order to be able to have a meaningful civil engagement with respect to changes. This bill contemplates many significant changes in a number of different areas of transport within Canada. I'm particularly concerned, as someone who comes from a rail town, about the provisions on that purport to be about railway safety. But actually what they're about is supervising workers in the workplace and tramping on their right to privacy in the workplace, Mr. Speaker. Because we know that in terms of railway safety, the predominant issue has to do with fatigue management. And what we hear time and time again from people who are actually working on the trains is that railway companies in Canada are doing a very poor job of fatigue management, and we know that that's having real consequences for Canadians and the extent to which they feel safe in their own communities. And a government that was genuinely sincere about wanting to do something for railway safety in this country, Mr. Speaker, would be taking action on the issue of fatigue management. But that would require actually getting involved in telling the railway companies something they don't want to hear. And what we've seen from this government is that they're not willing to stand up to big companies and tell them what they don't want to hear. That's certainly true of railway companies. It's not just true of railway companies. It was true when Bay Street corporate magnates came down to Parliament Hill and told the Liberals to break their promise on closing the CEO stock option loophole. It was true when Air Canada came knocking and said that they wanted to be off the hook for when they broke the law and exported the maintenance work on their planes that rightfully belong to Canadian maintenance workers. And the government retroactively changed the law. And shame on certain members of this House. I'm thinking of some colleagues of mine from Winnipeg, particularly the Winnipeg North, who stood with those workers and said that the previous government should enforce the law. He then became part of a government that changed the law and pulled the carpet out from beneath the feet of those workers who were successfully challenging Air Canada in court. So it's a theme, Mr. Speaker. It's a theme of the Liberals playing pushover to big companies, and the provisions around railway safety in this Act are no different, Mr. Speaker. It's railway companies that have come to them and said, let's not talk about fatigue management, let's talk about putting video and audio surveillance in the cabs of trains so that we can watch the workers. Because if they were sincere about making it a safety issue, there would be provisions in this Act that said that only the Transportation Safety Board would have access to those recordings, and they would only have access to them when something happened, to go back and to find out what was the root cause of an incident so that they could rule on that. But instead, this legislation would give that 24/7 surveillance material to the companies anytime they like, for whatever purpose they like. So it's hard to believe that this is really about railway safety, when the government is silent on the real issue facing railways and railway communities when it comes to their safety, and is giving unfettered access to that material for employers that we know will be able to use that information for other purposes. The other thing about omnibus bills is that for as much as certain things that require more legislation and more study don't get that study, they also, by mingling issues, make it the case that some things where there's actually widespread agreement, like for instance some of the provisions on in this bill for grain producers on the prairies, that in part because of the elimination of the wheat board, now need a legislative fix in order for them to be able to get a fair price for shipping their grain. Those provisions, where there is more agreement, don't get passed as quickly as they might. And the problem with this legislation is that the Liberals took so long to take action on that particular issue, which was not a surprise, and didn't have to wait on developing, to the extent that they did, and it's not a very fulsome air passenger Bill of Rights, but to the extent that they were putting all these issues together because they wanted to present it in an omnibus bill, they took far too long to address a real problem on the Canadian prairies for grain growers. So now we're going to have a gap between when the old rules that were in place as a bit of a band-aid solution to be able to help those grain producers on the prairies, and when these new rules come in. If they weren't so committed to omnibus legislation, what they could have done was introduce those measures separately. And I think they would have found that they would have had enough agreement to be able to expedite passage of those provisions, because on this side of the House, we care about Western grain growers, and we want to make sure that they can get a fair price for shipping their grain, Mr. Speaker. But because the Liberals wanted to tie all these issues together in order to be able to conflate the issues and say that opposition parties are opposing good pieces of the legislation or supporting bad pieces of the legislation because it's all tied together. So in other words, in order to cover their political behind, Mr. Speaker, Canadian grain producers are the ones that are going to suffer. And I think it's wrong of the government to ask Canadian grain growers to essentially pay for some political cover for the government. And that's a big part of what's going on in here. I just want to take a moment to thank the member for Windsor West, not only for sharing his time with me today, but also for the work that he did on the Air Passenger Bill of Rights. He actually helped to develop a substantive Air Passenger Bill of Rights, and I'll recognize also one of my NDP predecessors for Elma Transcona, yes. Jim Malloway, yes. who did good work on an Air Passenger Bill of Rights, who paved the way and presented a bill in the last Parliament that the now Minister of Transport actually supported. But do we see in here, this took forever to produce, Mr. Speaker, and the changes that were necessary to actually protect consumers were spelled out in that bill, a bill the Minister of Transport supported. But do you see the substance of that bill represented in this omnibus piece of legislation? No, you don't. So this is just how complicated omnibus legislation gets. Canadian grain growers were waiting for legislation to fix a legitimate problem the government knew about since it took office, so that the Liberals could come up with a lame, phantom version of an Air Passenger Bill of Rights that was already developed, while they were really just having discussions with the railway on how to institute 24/7 surveillance so that they could know about the issues that were being discussed in the workplace between workers who are a member of the union and want to file grievances or take other issues with their employer. That's how muddled it all gets when you take things that have absolutely nothing to do with each other and ram them all into the same bill. And that's really what's going on with this bill, Mr. Speaker. It's a big kind of tossed salad of different legislative measures, some of which the government probably could have found widespread agreement on in order to be able to advance quickly, some of which is just sort of a hollow version of previous legislation that they have no excuse for having taken this long in order to get around to, and actually had they adopted more substantive provisions probably would have found more widespread agreement. And all that's going on so that they can work with certain companies, in this case I would say particularly rail companies, in order to be able to do something that has nothing to do with rail safety and everything to do with employers at the railway being able to put employees under their thumb, Mr. Speaker. It's a travesty.
Questions and comments from the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his presentation, and I was very interested in a lot of the stuff he had to say. And I totally agree with him. I mean, 13 acts on 3 modes of transportation, it's ridiculous. I mean, you'd think the Liberals wouldn't care anything about Parliament. They just want to ram this thing through. And it's absolutely disgusting to see what's happening here with such an important matter, whether it's air traffic, whether it's rail traffic, whatever. But you did mention some good points there, and it was on the safety. And there was we haven't had the opportunity to have any real good debate here, good discussion, and that's what we're here for. We're here to talk about the safety of rail transportation, but what I'm more interested in is the safety of our communities where the railways go through, and the safety for the people working on the railways. And we're not having that opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to speak. And I just want to give a quick example, and I'd like to ask my honourable friend to answer this. In my community, we see the super trains. Large trains of grain, large trains of oil tankers, large trains of containers, and they come into the small communities from one side of Canada to the other side of Canada. They block crossings. People can't get to and from the communities. People can't get to the hospital. People can't get to work, sometimes for hours on end because the trains sit during the shuffling of the other train going east or west. I wonder if the member would just comment on that situation, because I know it's happening in his riding, it's happening in every member's riding in this country, and it is a danger to Canadians. Thank you.
For Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, and the member's quite right. There is a lot to talk about when it comes to rail safety. The link to trains is certainly part of that, and the NDP and my father in this place before me has a long record of fighting for appropriately lengthed trains. And it's been a tradition in Canada that the trains continue to get longer and longer and longer. That has an economic impact because for the goods and services that aren't moving on the train, it means significant delays. There's safety delays involved when it comes to getting to hospital. And it's another example of successive Liberal and Conservative governments that just haven't been willing to stand up to the railways and say, I'm sorry, but you guys are changing your practices in a way that are having serious negative effects on communities, and we're telling you to stop it because you can still make money by running shorter trains. You can't tell us that it's not economically viable to run reasonably length trains. When we talk about fatigue management, that's a serious issue. I spoke to that a little bit earlier. We've got issues in my own backyard, the Community Mission Gardens. There was a new underpass built. Now we've got the railway has decided unilaterally that they're going to start marshalling trains on the main line between the shops and the yards where they never used to. We've got people that lived in the community for 30, 40 years are now saying they've got cracked windows, they've got cracks in their foundation, they've got diesel fumes in their home, pictures are falling off the wall, and the government is not willing to get involved to tell the railway that they can't make those kinds of unilateral decisions, and the communities are not going to be forced to bear the consequences of the decisions that railways make in their own economic self-interest without any regard to what's going on in the community. And it's high time we had a government in this country that's willing to play tough with the railways and let them know they're not the only people using the land in Canada. There's people that live by their tracks and they have to respect them.
Time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, formerly being in the transportation industry for over 22 years, I've got a lot of questions regarding C-49. Going back to in terms of the airside part of this bill, the bill doesn't specify what the compensation levels for passengers would be under this Passengers Bill of Rights. That causes concerns. But one that I haven't seen in here, and I want to ask our honourable colleague through you, Mr. Speaker, is just a week ago we were debating the Liberals' legalization of cannabis, the use of cannabis, and I spoke at length about my concerns of how that's going to impact the transportation sector. Now we have an omnibus bill, and we've got Bill C-49 here, Transportation Modernization Act, but I haven't seen anything with respect to drug use, drug policy, and specifically cannabis addressed into this, and I'm wondering if our honourable colleague has an answer for that as well.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you. And a quick two-point answer. So on the first issue that he raised, one of the virtues of the NEP proposed legislation on an air passenger Bill of Rights was that it did stipulate what the penalty would be, that passengers who had their flight cancelled on them or that couldn't get on board the plane would be entitled to a full refund. And if the airline wasn't compliant, that they would pay a $1,000 penalty to the passenger on top of that full refund. And so there are ways of doing this. There's ways that Liberals in the past who are now in the government have supported in the past, and they simply decided not to include them. And I think he raises a fair point that there are a lot of other moving pieces when it comes to government legislation, one of the virtues of giving time to be able to study them is to ask those questions about how interrelated issues are addressed within different pieces of legislation. And if we had more time, then those kinds of questions are questions that we could get into in greater detail. As it is, I haven't even talked about any of the shipping provisions in the bill.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question?
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Mr. Baines, moves that Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
En conséquence, conformément.
Accordingly, pursuant to an order adopted on May 30th, 2017, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Monday, June 19th, 2017, at the expiration of time provided for oral questions.
Now, I see, je vois l'honorable député de...
I see the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point, I would like to see the clock as digital, but I'm wondering if I might find the consent of the House to see it at 1:30 instead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 1:30 p.m.? 1:30 p.m. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Report stage of Bill C-211, Federal Framework on Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Act, in the name of Mr. Doherty.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. O'Toole, moves that Bill C-211, an act respecting a federal framework on post-traumatic stress disorder as amended, be concurred in as at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Carried. And when shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. O'Toole, moves that Bill C-211, an act respecting a federal framework on post-traumatic stress disorder, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I proudly rise today to speak to my private member's bill, C-211, an act respecting a federal framework on post-traumatic stress disorder at third reading. On a personal note, I'd like to express my gratitude to all those who have helped us on our journey to get to today. To the paramedics, to the firefighters, our military, our veterans, our police officers, our correctional officers, our dispatch, our nurses. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And to those who came forward to provide the feedback about how we can go about strengthening this legislation in the future, if it is the desire and the will of this House and the Senate to enact this bill into and as law. I want to say thank you to the Canadian Federations of Nurses and to the jurors and Mr. Mark Ferron for your honest and heartfelt feedback. Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the families of the fallen, those left behind to pick up the pieces. I want to thank them for sharing their stories of their loved ones. I want to thank them for showing incredible strength through their immeasurable and unspeakable pain that they're going through. I know it hasn't been an easy journey for anyone. And their willingness to share their stories has been truly inspiring. I also want to apologize to everyone that it has taken this long to get to this point. Mr. Speaker, it has been 606 days since we were elected. It has been 600 days since I first landed in Ottawa with the background for C-211. It's been 462 days since we tabled C-211. And it's been 100 days since we all stood together in this House and passed it unanimously at second reading. Over this journey, I have tried to bring the voices of those suffering forward. I've tried to relay their incredible stories with the same honest emotion that they have shared with me. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. We received so many emails, so many calls, so many messages, many of them full of heartbreak and tragedy. And with your indulgence, I'd like to take this opportunity to read a small excerpt of an email that I received just a little over a year ago after we first tabled Bill C-211. It is from the wife of one of our fallen, and it reads, "Thank you. As I write this, I'm trying hard to hold back the tears. The truth is, I'm unsure how I even have any tears left. I've cried every day since his death, and it's been over a year. I can only manage a day at a time, and even that at times is too much. I don't know what tomorrow will bring. I guess no one really does. We were only married three years, and he was my one true love. He would have been 30 this year. Our son will never know his father. He will never know the incredible man he was. My husband only wanted to serve. My husband only wanted to save. And sadly, no one could save him. It's odd how everyone gathers around you at first. Then, I guess, life goes on. I don't get the invites anymore. It's like the other wives don't want to be reminded of this, of how this could have been them. Mr. Doherty, your bill is too late for my family, but I hope you will be successful. My pain endures. I'm not sure that there will be a fix. I will tell my son that his dad was a hero and saved lives. And Mr. Doherty, I believe if my husband knew of you and your efforts, it just might have given him enough hope that he would have reached out and that he would have been here today. Please keep fighting for this. For us, it's too late, but you will save the lives of others." And the letter was finished off with a big thank you. This is one of hundreds, maybe even thousands of emails, messages, comments on social media, and from private meetings that we have received since tabling our bill. It is truly overwhelming, the stories we've heard from those who are struggling today, those who are receiving help, and those who are left behind to somehow pick up the pieces. I challenge us all that we have to come up with solutions so we don't lose another life to PTSD. My team has been so very fortunate to meet some of our country's most courageous individuals. My team has also heard horrific stories of pain and suffering. And in some cases, those who we have met with along the way, today was too far away and the pain was too great. Mr. Speaker, just last week alone, we saw 4 responders from across Canada commit suicide. Mr. Speaker, within the last 48 hours, we have had a firefighter from Ottawa and a paramedic from Pickering commit suicide. One of the questions I was asked when I was appearing at the Health Committee was if there was one story that really stands out. And the truth is that there are so many. So many. And it's hard not to get emotional when talking about this because it is an incredibly heavy burden. Collectively in this House, we have created hope. So much hope. And if I can just take a moment to try and explain some of this to our honourable members that are in the House right now. You have people who, from such a young age, we have been taught to respect, to hold in the highest regard. You hear their stories of their heroics. Books are written. Movies are written and made about these larger-than-life individuals, these superheroes. They truly embody all that is Canadian. They are altruistic individuals who want nothing more than to go to work so that they can help others, so that they can save others, so that they can make their community and our country safe. This is something that we heard very powerfully from Natalie Harris, a former advanced care paramedic with the County of Simcoe in Ontario. When she appeared before the Health Committee on May 16th, she told the committee members that she went to school in 2001 to become a paramedic. She said she learned something new every day. She was financially stable, and she was making an incredible difference in people's lives. She said, "I was in my glory, but no matter how much I loved it, each year became a bit tougher for me to cope with, and I didn't know why." She continued, "I fought too hard. I've conquered so many difficult circumstances in my life. I do not want to lose this job, this career." She reassured herself, "I'm sure I'll be okay." Natalie continued on by saying, "It's not normal to have a person ask you to take their leg or their arm off because they're experiencing so much pain from being trapped in a car with multiple open fractures all over their body. It's not normal to learn that the patient who hanged himself the night before, had a second noose waiting for his wife, had his son not called 911 at the right time." She said, "It's not normal to witness a young woman, 7 months pregnant, rub her belly with the only limb that she could move as she had just suffered a stroke that would leave her disabled." She said, "It is not normal to see the cell phone on the road beside an obviously dead driver, crushed between the pavement and the car, who was texting and driving. And it's not normal to know how he made the 3 sisters in the other car, now 2. It is not normal to experience and see the look of true evil when you learn how 2 innocent women were murdered. It is not normal to see someone die before your eyes more times than you can actually count." Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this moment to say thank you to Natalie once again for coming forward. Mr. Speaker, nothing prepares a person for these experiences. As a politician, we often do our best to translate our concerns and the concerns of our constituents into speeches and talking points. But I can truly say that in all my life, there are few people who have been able to make such an impactful statement. And I know the members of the Health Committee that are here today felt the same way. Mr. Speaker, our warriors make the ultimate sacrifice. They make the sacrifice by taking time away from their loved ones, their family, and their friends. They put their uniforms on every day, knowing full well that they may never have an opportunity to say goodbye. They are those who run towards danger, when you and I and others would run the other way. They experience human tragedy every day, and yet they still, without exception, without hesitation, answer the call of duty. They face the sights, sounds, and smells that will stay with them for a lifetime. Mr. Speaker, freedom is not free. There is a very real cost. Knowing what these individuals go through, I'd like to share with you now the flip side of this for a moment, Mr. Speaker. All of a sudden, these roles are reversed. Those people are now looking towards this house, this chamber, where we all sit. They're looking to all of us, members of Parliament, and as legislators. They're asking for help. Mr. Speaker, the hardest part in all of this is having those people who I know our honourable colleagues also look to as heroes, coming forward through emails, calls, and messages saying thank you for bringing this legislation forward. Mr. Speaker, it is such an honour to be a member of Parliament. It is truly a humbling experience. There are a few experiences that I have had over the course of the last 2 years that really hit this home. I want to tell you of a couple. One is just shortly after being elected, stepping out of my car in a parking lot back home in Caribou, Prince George, and having somebody come up to me and say, "Are you our member of Parliament?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "We just want to let you know that our family loves you, and we pray for you every night, and thank you for your service." The other point is having someone come up to you with tears in their eyes, a police officer, and thanking us, saying that we've saved their life because of the work that we have done on this bill. It has allowed them to come forward to their family, to their friends, and seeking help. And the other was at second reading, Mr. Speaker, when a giant of a man, a former firefighter, who himself has been fighting with post-traumatic stress disorder, came to me and said, thank you. Thank you. For the first time, I have hope. And then he introduced me to his young son and said, this is what a true Canadian hero looks like. Mr. Speaker, words cannot express how humbling that is. Isn't there something to be said about that, Mr. Speaker? That our heroes, our warriors, have been left to deal with the horrors of post-traumatic stress disorder alone and in silence. And even though they are hurting, they continue to remain just a call away when we need them. To me, Mr. Speaker, that is simply shameful, and it breaks my heart. We've been blessed with the fact that so many people have followed us along this journey, some of whom were here March 8th when 284 members of Parliament rose together to send 211 to committee. And they've seen the good work that we've done to this point, but the work doesn't stop here. Bill C-211 was developed so that to look at the overwhelming issue and epidemic that we have with respect to our first responders, our veterans, and our military. We are losing our warriors left and right. And the challenge is this, a challenge that many groups we've met with over the last 18 months acknowledge this fact. Today, as it stands, we do not have a piece of legislation that deals with PTSD. We have inconsistencies across our country, even in terminology, in diagnosis, in treatment. We have some groups doing great work. Then we have others that hang a shingle and claim that they're experts, and the reality is they're causing more hurt than good. Mr. Speaker, we have inconsistencies across our nation in who or what is covered. An RCMP serving in one part of our country may not be eligible for the same services their colleagues are in other provinces, and even in our academia. One academic brought forth the rule of the thirds. He said 30% of those who are suffering with PTSD will recover 100%. 30% will have an okay life, and 30% we will lose altogether. That was one of my first committee members, Mr. Speaker, and I took exception to this. Post-traumatic stress disorder is not something that can be cured 100%. It is traumatic brain injury, Mr. Speaker, and anything can trigger a setback, anything. And Mr. Speaker, I know my time is short, but I want to leave you with this. To my honorable colleagues, if you had the power to save a life today, would you do so? If you knew your actions today could save lives, would you be brave enough to follow through? I ask because we've been given that opportunity right today as we speak. We can help ensure that another life is not lost. The 4 lives lost last week, the 2 within the last 48 hours, and the hundreds that have been lost since I first tabled C-211, that these lives were not lost in vain. And as I read earlier from the wife of the fallen officer, the one line that sticks out, I don't know what tomorrow will bring. I guess no one really does. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, for those that have been following our journey, those who are in the room with us today, those who are watching across our nation and internationally, tomorrow is just another excuse or delay. And sometimes tomorrow is too far away. I ask of you, let's not wait for tomorrow when we can truly make a difference today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise and ask my colleague a question. First and foremost, I thank him for bringing this forward. I've served here just over 15 years, and I can tell you this is one of the most important pieces of legislation I've seen. Because of a number of things, Mr. Speaker. First of all, it addresses one of the most important things that Canadian families need to do is come to grips with the value of addressing mental health issues. And to have an inclusive strategy like this is important for so many reasons. And my simple question to the member is this. When it comes to inclusion of this bill in implementation, will he continue the cooperative effort with provinces and municipalities to get real results for Canadians? That's how it's been delivered through this House. Would that continuation still happen?
Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, that is the crux of my bill, is to ensure that our government and future governments continue to work with our provincial legislators, our territorial legislators, our academics, our industry, to ensure that a hero in the East is treated the same as a hero in the West. And Mr. Speaker, if I could, I ran out of time in my speech, and I just want to leave this, another comment with you. And this was a note that I received today from the mother of a fallen officer recently. And it said, Mr. Doherty, I want you to know, if you can do one thing, remind your colleagues that they're not just police officers. They're not just firefighters, paramedics, or veterans. They are human. They hurt, and sometimes they need help too. Who rescuers? The rescuers. They are someone's son, daughter, husband, wife, and they are someone's father and mother. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speech like that from the member from Caribou Prince George shows this House of Commons at its best. 600 plus days ago when he arrived here, he wanted to help first responders. And I'm really proud of his efforts, and I was proud to second this bill, and I'm very proud of government members who've spoken passionately about this subject. When I was in the Canadian Armed Forces following the crash of Swiss Air in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, it was the first time I ever heard the words operational stress injury. And in the 2 decades since that, Canada and the Canadian Armed Forces and Veterans Affairs have become experts in trying to diagnose and treat and help people with operational stress injuries. So this is an area where the federal government really can bring national expertise and make sure that there's not a patchwork of care across the country. We can be the champion to help bring that national framework for something that anyone who serves this country in the uniformed services needs. So could I ask my friend to outline how the expertise with the road to mental readiness and the wellness training the Canadian Armed Forces, the resiliency training that we've developed federally, can help our first responders from coast to coast to coast?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
That is an excellent question from our honourable colleague from Durham. And I just also want to acknowledge he's one of the first members of Parliament that I reached out to when I first arrived here. Through his work of the True Patriot Love Foundation, he is someone that truly gets the debilitating effects that post-traumatic stress disorder have on our vets, our military, and our first responders. Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right. We have organizations, we have groups that are doing some incredible work that are countries around the world are paying attention to. And R2MR, the military's Canadian Forces R2MR program, is one that is being used and can be used for first responders. I know I was in Edmonton in early fall last year, and the Fire Hall #1 was actually adapting the Canadian military's R2MR to help prepare new recruits for what they are going to see. Nothing fully prepares you for the tragedy that you're going to experience, the sights, the smells, but the R2MR program that the Canadian Forces has employed over the last while is one that we can truly be proud of, and that's exactly what we're talking about, is consistent care diagnosis from coast to coast to coast to coast, as our honourable colleagues would say, and that's what we're looking to do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak about Private Member's Bill C-211, an act respecting a federal framework for post-traumatic stress disorder.
Introduced by the member for Caribou Prince George, Bill C-211 invites the Minister of Health to develop a federal framework relating to a complex issue requiring a concerted effort.
I'd like to thank the member from Caribou Prince George for bringing this to the House. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the important issue of post-traumatic stress disorder, otherwise known as PTSD in Canada. Now, as the daughter of and spouse of firefighters, and the mother of 2 serving Canadian Armed Forces members, the issue of PTSD is a personal one for me. We've come a long way in our collective understanding of PTSD since it was first added to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders by the American Psychiatric Association in 1980. This addition was a significant turning point because it formally acknowledged that PTSD as an acquired mental health condition rather than a personal shortcoming. During the last decade, neuroimaging studies have reaffirmed that PTSD is real and measurable. Researchers can now observe the brain circuits that mediate this disorder. Malheureusement,
unfortunately, the sensationalistic nature of the media coverage has contributed to perpetuating stereotypes of psychosis and violence, which do not provide an adequate description of this mental illness. A traumatic event involves exposure to death or to the threat of death, to serious injury, sexual violence as a unique experience or an ongoing repetitive event. Exposure can result by being affected directly by a traumatic event, by witnessing one, or by learning of a traumatic event affecting others. The event or events completely erase the individual's ability to cope with or integrate the ideas or emotions surrounding the experience.
Events that may be associated with PTSD include combat exposure, childhood abuse, sexual assault, and physical violence. Many other traumatic events can be associated with PTSD, such as natural disasters, intimate partner violence, and other extreme or life-threatening events. PTSD can develop immediately after someone experiences a disturbing event, or it can develop weeks, months, or even years later. According to a 2008 study, about 9% of people in Canada will experience PTSD at some point in their lives. This is consistent with the worldwide prevalence, which ranges between 7 and 12%. Studies show that females are twice as likely to develop PTSD compared to males, but males are less likely than females to seek help. Children and adolescents also experience this disorder, and genetics may make some people more likely to develop it than others. We also know that certain populations are at an increased risk for PTSD because their jobs expose them to extreme and traumatic events that may be reoccurring. While many associate PTSD with military service, it can manifest in first responders, firefighters, corrections officers, emergency room personnel, victims of crime, and members of the RCMP. The few studies that have been conducted indicate that between 10 and 35% of first responders will develop PTSD, and the lifetime prevalence of this disorder among active members of the Canadian Armed Forces is 11%. Unfortunately, there isn't enough quality data to provide a clear and complete picture of the prevalence and social and economic impacts of PTSD in Canada. La cueillette des données de qualité.
Gathering good quality data on the prevalence and repercussions of PTSD in Canada is just part of the solution. Another important aspect of the issue is raising public awareness of the condition. Although public awareness has considerably increased in recent years, there are, however, shortcomings when it comes to understanding the symptoms and therapies involved in treating PTSD. Unfortunately, however, as is the case with many mental illnesses, the stigma associated with this mental health condition prevents many people from seeking assistance and prevents others from acknowledging or recognizing symptoms associated with it.
PTSD is not a sign of weakness. Many factors play a part in whether a person will experience PTSD, and it will manifest itself differently for different people. Risk factors make a person more likely to develop PTSD, while protective factors can help build resilience and reduce the risk of developing this disorder. Risk factors include having a prior trauma, having been abused as a child, having pre-existing mental health issues, and having a family history of mental illness. Other socioeconomic risk factors include lower levels of income and education and being from an ethnic minority. Following a traumatic event, people who lack social support are also at higher risk. Protective factors include seeking and receiving support from friends and family, finding a support group, having positive coping strategies. Researchers studied the importance and interplay of risk and protective factors. Their findings continue to inform our understanding of PTSD, including the development of effective preventative and treatment approaches. Alors que chaque individu
Although each individual demonstrates symptoms that are unique, individuals often tend to relive a past traumatic event in the form of flashbacks, nightmares, or exposure to situations reminding them of the trauma they've been exposed to. Symptoms observed include negative thoughts, a sense of isolation, distress, or a lack of reaction or fear. People with PTSD also often have trouble sleeping. They have anxiety, depression, or a sense of being powerless when faced with an important task. It's also very common for individuals with PTSD to self-medicate by taking drugs or alcohol.
It's not surprising that this disorder can also reduce a person's ability to function in relationships, at work, and in leisure activities.
In the absence of adequate treatment, PTSD symptoms can worsen and produce lasting and devastating effects. Documented cases have shown abusive use of drugs and alcohol, chronic pain, high blood pressure, self-mutilation, and suicide.
Evidence shows that early treatment of trauma symptoms may reduce the risk of developing PTSD. This suggests that identification and early intervention using evidence-based treatments is critical to preventing this disorder. PTSD affects people differently, so a treatment that works for one person may not work for another. Some people with this disorder need to try different treatments to find what works for them. Recovery is more complicated for people who have endured repeated trauma and for those who were traumatized early in life. L'objectif est d'élaborer des thérapies plus précises.
The objective is to develop more personalized, effective therapies to prevent manifestation of the condition.
Pieces of the puzzle that bring us closer to understanding the whole picture of PTSD. I'm inspired by the work done on PTSD, not only by federal departments, but also by provinces and territories and advocacy groups across this country. We need to come together, Mr. Speaker, to break the stigma and to allow those suffering and the families who suffer along with them to get the help that they need. And today, we come together, we put partisanship aside, and support our everyday heroes. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak about this important issue in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise here on Bill C-211, an act respecting the federal framework on post-traumatic stress disorder. I'd like to thank again the member from Caribou Prince George for putting this forth. He has done so in a very professional manner with regards to how we even approach legislation and get it through. It's very important to recognize that Parliament does and actively plays a role together, and this bill is a good example of that. There is a couple of points that I do want to note, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the bill, but first and foremost, one of the reasons that I have such an interest in such a bill is for the people in Windsor West, some who are watching at Branch 143 Legion today in my constituency, and it was in that time frame of elected member of Parliament where I've learned the seriousness of what's taking place, and also the commitment of our soldiers, our men and women who have served overseas and also in our current service here in Canada. One of the most interesting and life-changing moments I've had is about 10 years ago. I was invited to participate in a discussion group at the Legion Hall, Branch 143, with regards to a number of individuals suffering still. and having that intimate exposure certainly was important, because it wasn't just I guess the members that were coming back from Afghanistan. It was World War II veterans, Korean veterans, peacekeepers, and others who were still struggling with the daily life to get from one moment to the next. And that episode with regards to my experience certainly helped elevate my understanding of this. My past background as a person, as a social worker, been exposed to people coming to Canada as refugees and coming from other places where the trauma that they experience is quite different than what we have here, and then having to help them get into the Canadian life, whether it be for school, education, or work. How is it you take a young man, for example, who has lost his house and lost his family, and then reintegrate them to our school or to employment here in Canada when they themselves have volunteered in hospitals and other types of activities that are very traumatic and never receiving any type of supports for doing so. This bill in particular is very important because it helps bridge the gap, I think, which is necessary, is that this is not just an issue of the military personnel. This is a Canadian societal thing where our first responders as well and other citizens who have experienced this need to understand that mental health and illness issues are a lifelong journey for all of us. They're issues that we should not be ashamed of. They're issues that you should not have to feel afraid to share. More importantly, there needs to be work done so that there's supports for that in society. I know that in Windsor West, for example, we have so many lack of services for children suffering, needing psychologists. It is critical because we do not invest in mental health the way that we should be investing in our other health systems, and also the way that people are able to deal with issues on a regular basis affects all of us. And I think, Mr. Speaker, though, it's one of the reasons why I think Canada is very special in many respects, because if we can actually deal with this as a nation from coast to coast to coast with all provinces, territories, and working with municipalities and all those services, despite the overlap of all the jurisdictional issues, then that will make us truly special and truly an example to be set for others. But more importantly, we can have very effective results. And this bill is important to outline a few things that those people that may not understand the actual legislation or seen from it in the past is talking about a way to bring together the appropriate ministers in a reporting process. I won't get into all the details, but it is creating a system in place. It's not just a consultation. I think a lot of people out there, especially our good men and women of service who have been through so many different times, been consulted, they need action. This bill, the reason I support it so much and like it in its current state to start with, is it still includes consultation, but expectations, measurements, and deliverables. And that will put whoever the government of the day, whoever the members of Parliament of the day are, on notice that this is an issue that's serious for all Canadians. And the expectations at the end of the day is to deliver on results. And the results are the inclusion of helping people to deal with so many different personal issues related to PTSD. And when you think about those issues, they affect us so profoundly. Either a number of symptoms that can include everything from existing traumatic events over and over, reliving those moments, recurring nightmares, disturbing memories of the event, acting on feelings in the event that is happening again, avoiding friends and family, drug addiction, being unable to feel pressure, constant anxiety, difficult concentrating, getting angry easily, sleeping difficulty, fearful of harm, experiencing sudden attacks of dizziness, fast heartbeat or shortness of breath, and fear of dying. And these are all things, when left in a vacuum, Mr. Speaker, are not helpful not only to the individual but our society. And I would argue not on the principle of just doing this for mere ethics of the right thing to do. I would argue it's a bond and a social contract that should be an expected return for individuals that occupy either professions or are people that have put themselves in risk for this community and society. We have decided that we are going to actually have
some supports necessary to deal with positions of occupation that make us as a people not only just having the things that we have today, but also a future for us. That's a social contract. If you're a firefighter, if you're a police officer, if you're a soldier, if you're a nurse, if you're an ambulance or paramedic, all of those different occupations, there's a social contract that doesn't end at the end of that occupation or the end of that contract at the end of the day. We are asking them to go into a society and to perform duties with the expected and normal practice that risk for themselves and how it affects their family is part of the job. So the social contract that we have is to help and to provide the proper supports so that can continue in terms of productivity and, most importantly, health and mental illness. Now, I would say, Mr. Speaker, that we have an opportunity in this House to move things along, and we have an opportunity to make a difference right here with this bill. And the member for Prince George and Caribou has put this as an opportunity for all of us in a nonpartisan way to end this type of session on a high note. And I would argue, as New Democrats, we are very proud to be part of that. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that we have so many people that contribute so much. The professionals that we have, they are ones that we've invested in training, we've invested in their occupations, they're invested them as parents, we've invested them as community members, as leaders, that if we do not take care of this and them, we are not taking care of ourselves. And it's so important that when we know something, and we've seen a lot of things in this House taken before, is that the key moment, I think, and one of the reasons I like community activism, it's the ability to act. At the end of the day, defines us, I think, differently, even as Canadians, the ability to act. We now understand, and we have been working. I look at all the campaigns that have been out there to stop the shaming on mental illness. Many of them involve corporate sector, some of them the not-for-profit sector where I come from, the professional sector. I think, obviously, some of those moments that we've had related to our Afghanistan veterans have created things in a different light that now give us an opportunity to go forward. And I don't want to name people, but I do have to name one person because it's an important chapter that we'll never get told, I don't think. A gentleman named Wayne Hillman was part of a number of Canadians who served in Vietnam. He's from the Windsor area, came to me and told me that our Afghanistan veterans are coming home with some of the same issues that we had. They had no supports when they came home here, even though they served in the American military. Finally, they got some psychological counseling and services, and it helped them in their lives. The same thing has been happening over here if we apply those resources. So with this bill, let us apply even more resources. Let's make sure it's not just captured into one occupation and profession. Let's make sure that it's part of the normal Canadian practice and culture that mental illness and wellness is part of our healthy living of a healthy society.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today in the House to lend my support for Bill C-211. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a difficult challenge for many Canadians and their loved ones, and we need to do more to help Canadians from all walks of life living with this condition. And Mr. Speaker, before I go too far, I want to thank my colleague from Caribou Prince George for bringing this very important bill forward. I want to thank people from home, the Port Alberni Fire Department, that are watching this live. They've long time been advocating for us to deal with PTSD, and all the first responders and nations in my community that contributed today to help advise me, and those that are in the chamber that have been affected by PTSD. Mr. Speaker, at present we lack the resources to even begin addressing these challenges, and PTSD touches all Canadians in one way or another, and we need a national approach to solve it. Nearly 1 in 10 Canadians experience post-traumatic stress at some point in their lives, and Bill C-211 is a strong step towards helping these Canadians. It sheds much needed light on a disorder too often kept in the darkness. many people struggle with the stigma attached with mental illness. Particularly, it's difficult to articulate how the effects of trauma continue to manifest in a variety of symptoms. Canadians do not lack in compassion, but we're failing to provide the resources that people need to deal with mental illness. And as I mentioned, this bill is a very strong step, but I'm concerned with some of the limits in its scope. It calls for a conference within the next 12 months between the Ministries of Health, Veterans Affairs, and National Defence, provincial groups, and healthcare providers to determine a framework to begin addressing PTSD. Very happy to see that. And these measures include to establish a program to monitor and track rates of PTSD and its social and economic costs at the national level, establish best practice guidelines for healthcare providers to diagnose and treat PTSD, and create an awareness program to help spread the word across the country around the issues and challenges that people with PTSD face. We know we're lagging behind our fellow OECD countries when it comes to funding for mental health, and this is inadequate. We must do better. I'm glad that this bill calls for collaboration between the Ministries of Health, Defence, and Veterans Affairs. How we choose to support our veterans, as my friend talked about from Windsor West, will be a key part of the legacy of both the current and previous governments. I have many veterans in my riding that are coming home with PTSD. I see them on the doorstep. They're vocalizing the lack of supports that they need. And now is also the time for us to take a really hard look at ourselves and how we're treating our vets. We're seeing the impact that prolonged military engagements have had on our bravest servicemen and women, and we are failing them. While the Prime Minister reminds us that we have a sacred obligation to our veterans, very little has been done for those and those that are falling through the cracks. This is in large part due to the traumatic events that they have bravely volunteered to face for our country. This bill also calls for better collection of data related to cases of PTSD across Canada. Canada has been described as a country of trials and pilot projects when it comes to healthcare. We often have innovative projects that result in great outcomes and knowledge, but when it comes to implementation and education across the country, we fall behind. At the moment, Canada has little to no national level data informing their policy on PTSD. I know that in my riding, despite the best efforts of some truly amazing healthcare professionals, our healthcare system is in a state of crisis. This bill would help immensely to bring the level of PTSD awareness up across the country in my riding. It would help make sure that the knowledge and research of experts is shared with practitioners and a framework is adopted for everyone. PTSD is a significant issue for first responders, police personnel, firefighters, and the countless others we ask to assist in emergency situations. And according to the Team-A-Conter Memorial Trust, 68 first responders committed suicide in 2016. This is a tragedy, and we need to have better support for these individuals. It's staggering how little consistency there is to support these professionals from province to province. We need to take the lead at the federal level to establish a national framework. And one RCMP officer put it to me like this: we should not have to beg and jump over fences to get the help we need. I couldn't agree with them more. In the small communities in my riding, first responders often get called to fatal emergency sites of people they personally know, and it's difficult for these individuals to describe the feeling of isolation and helplessness that this can create. And while these individuals are hard at work keeping our communities safe, they often struggle in their personal lives. One individual spoke about something as every day as a car driving by pulled him back to the scene of a particularly devastating accident. That accident was 10 years ago, but the vivid details still linger for him, and this is all too often the case. Another individual had this to say about a recent experience. In the last couple of days, I've experienced some overwhelming emotions that I haven't experienced a lot in my previous 9.5 years on the job. On a Thursday night, during a response to a stabbing, during the treatment of the victim before ambulance arrived, my partner was working directly in front of me. Due to the nature of the injuries, we both had to be very hands-on, totally focused on patient care. It was during this time I had this feeling of wanting to keep looking over my shoulder. After the patient was packaged, my partner went with paramedics to assist. As I walked back to the blood-covered clothes and started looking at all the equipment we used, I felt this overwhelming sense of being alone. As I gathered up our equipment and drove home alone to the hospital to pick up my partner, the full weight of trauma set in. I want to thank these brave individuals who took the time to share their stories with me. Thank you. It's for them that we're doing this and the countless others who keep our communities safe that it's so vital that this bill include the Ministry of Public Safety in its framework. We also need to have a meaningful look at how we handle mental health for Indigenous peoples. I wish that this bill did more to address these challenges, but ultimately it falls to the government to do more. Many First Nations people are living with the trauma and damaging, lingering horrors and effects of the residential school system, and they're living with PTSD. And suicide and illness are they're a real common part of life in my community and in communities across this country, unfortunately. The legacy of residential schools cannot be downplayed. This is a key opportunity for us to address their suffering, too often ignored by Ottawa. I know that many of the communities in my own riding have established but have heavily underfunded counselling programs that rely on counselling, traditional healing, and other services to help their members. I urge the House today to consider those people and their programs as they confront PTSD. I want to conclude my thoughts by reminding my colleagues in the House today that partisan must not stop us from addressing the challenge of post-traumatic stress disorder. It touches homes and communities across the country. New Democrats and I are proud to support those in this House, the people that matter, who are taking actions to deal with this tragic disorder, and we sincerely hope we get both the education and treatment for those that need it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to rise as well today to speak to this important issue. And I thank the member from Cariboo Prince George for highlighting the tragedy of PTSD and putting forward concrete solutions to improve the treatment of PTSD in Canada and how we can support the men and women who suffer from it. And today I will be very brief, as we all want this measure to move quickly through the House. And since time is of the essence, I would simply like to recount the story of one friend of mine, a veteran, and his recent experiences with the tragic consequences of how we treat people with PTSD today. This man suffers from both pain from his injuries and PTSD from his experiences. He was once on a regimen of over 30 pills a day. That treatment was ineffective, so he turned to medical marijuana and found that that turned his life around. He could once again take part in his community and enjoy life. But last month, Veterans Affairs Canada cut back the amount of cannabis that veterans could use from 10 grams a day to 3. My friend was taking 8 grams. Since that action, he has suffered the worst 6 weeks of his life. His nightmares have returned. He's only getting 3 hours of sleep a night. He repeatedly broke down crying while telling me his story. He was told that this cut was implemented because there wasn't enough science to support the higher doses. Instead, he's being offered to take part in a trial using psilocybin or MDMA. Why can't he use the cannabis dose that gave him his life back instead of trying new, stronger hallucinogens? He's also unwilling to go back to the mix of opioids and alcohol and the dangerous, dysfunctional life that produces. He is told that he could get a letter of exception to allow him to go back to his former dose of cannabis, but he needs to get that letter signed by a specialist willing and able to see him. The earliest appointment he can arrange is in September, and that will require travel across the province at his expense. So that's a minimum of 4 more months of hell for him to satisfy pointless bureaucracy, and he would have to repeat that every year. And this just doesn't affect him. There have been 3 suicides in his network of PTSD sufferers that use cannabis since this cutback was implemented. 3 lives needlessly taken because Veterans Affairs refused to listen to the men and women suffering from PTSD. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll end there, but I'd like to just simply repeat that plea that Veterans Affairs should listen to and work constructively with the men and women suffering from PTSD. And I wholeheartedly support this bill because it will help that process. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Please, the débat. Accordingly, we'll go to the honourable member for Cariboo Prince George. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes for his right of reply. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to start off. I think I've said this a ton. I'll say it probably a lot more over the course of the weeks and months and days to follow, is thank you. It was fitting that the honourable member from Longueuil, Charles Lemois, hopefully I said that appropriately, was here to speak at third reading because, Mr. Speaker, as I tabled it the very first day, oh so long ago, she was the first member of Parliament from the opposition or from the government to actually reach out to me and say thank you. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you for her support and her words of encouragement along the way. Next, I want to say thank you to the friends, the families of the fallen, those that are suffering today, that are in their fight today, and some that have had very recent losses that are with us today, Mr. Speaker. It is through your stories, your bravery, your courageous words, your perseverance, your strength, that we are here today. And I just want to say, through you, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, we at times in this House take jabs at each other. We are feisty. We are here to represent our electors the best way we know how. Oftentimes partisan politics get in the way. QP is really, I tell everybody this, QP is really just for TV, because behind the scenes we work very collaboratively together. And at that point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say thank you to the honourable colleague from Louis Hébert for his work in helping steward this through to this point as well too. He's been a great source of knowledge and has worked very diligently and honestly with us on this. This is a nonpartisan issue, as you see, and oftentimes it is with much paranoia that you enter into some of these discussions. But today we did a good thing, I hope. I want to say thanks to our friends from the NDP for the work that they've done. Thanks to the Health Committee. Thanks to my colleagues here that have helped get us to this point. I challenged us last Friday as I stood in the House to recognize fallen officer from the Peel paramedics and the 3 other first responders that passed away last week. And we know now that we've had 2 more in the last 48 hours. I challenged us all that day that we must do better. We must be better. And today, Mr. Speaker, I think we're there. There's a lot of work yet to be done, but today we're sending a message that those lives matter and that those who fight for us, we're fighting for them. Thank you.
Well said.
And the question is as follows. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. O'Toole, moved that Bill C-211, an act respecting a federal framework on post-traumatic stress disorder, be now read a 3rd time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Yes? Yes. Carried. It being 2:12 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.